Yo, what's up, Lit? How you doing today? Starmazen, what's up? Just tweeting out the stream. There we go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We got more people piling in here. What do we got? What's up, Edwin? Hey, guys, what's up? Yeah, you'd be surprised a lot of the arcade and Genesis ports that came to Master System late in the console's year. So we're going to take a look at a few of those today. Jody, what's up? Level 2, welcome back. Okay, everything looking and sounding good on your guys' end? Alright, since I can't find my sunglasses, I am not going on camera today. Psych! Yeah, I think there was a bit of an echo because my TV's audio was still on, but I think I fixed that. Let's move the camera back a bit. Have I ever played Battle Outrun? I have on emulator, Jody. I don't own the original cart. I'm looking for it, but I have played it before. Hey, Killer Games, what's up? Thanks, Pack Bro. But it's kind of my trademark right now. I wouldn't want to be on stream with no eyeballs. Hey, Skittle, how's it going? Alright, so we got off to a little bit of a late start today, and I apologize for that. I slept in longer than I wanted to, and I didn't hear my alarm go off, so we are a little bit behind, but I will see how much I can stream for before I have to head out tonight. As such, I'm gonna chug my Red Bull real quick. Because I did not have time to make coffee. Ugh. Man, those acids. I stole your shades looks from you. Bro, you can ask my doctor. I think I was born with these attached to my head. Alright, cool. Let's go ahead and jump into this arcade port here. And you guys can tell me what you think about it. Alright. So, as you can already tell, We're talking huge slowdown. Not only in comparison to the Genesis port, but to the arcade in general. It still has the scrolling, as you can see, but everything is so compressed that... Ooh, excuse me. It kind of takes away from it, in my opinion. Excuse me, I'm trying not to burp on camera, at least as loud as I normally would. Now, they've actually removed a stage in the power-up process. So as you can see, I'm already the, like, Superman form, if you will. And I just need one more, and I can get to the Alter Beast form. I should say the Beast form. I am the Alter Beast. Ugh. Now, what stinks is, hit detection on this is so bad that enemies definitely have the advantage on this game way more than they normally do. So as you can see, I'm getting rocked back and forth really bad because my hits aren't landing and I'm super slower than they are. I wouldn't even die on the first level if this was the original game or the arcade. And I love how they throw the Gravekeepers at you right at the first stage. I mean, that's kind of the norm because in the arcade game they appeared that early too. Yeah, it's kind of crappy that you have to face one of the more difficult enemies so early on. And this is what's weird. So, technically I'm at Neff already, but I didn't get the second wolf, which should have happened by now. I'm wondering if that wolf glitched out. Which is another thing this game also does. It has really bad glitches. As you can see, the screen flicker is already starting to happen there. Okay, where did that wolf go? The white wolf that was just on screen that somehow jumped back? Yeah, that was my second wolf. Or, technically, that should have been my third. Ugh. This is terrible. This is so bad right now. And honestly, the game isn't as bad as it's acting right now, but I don't know where all these glitches are happening right now. I gotta give Sega credit for trying to be so ambitious, but on the other hand, if you're not delivering a good product, why really attempt it, you know? Okay. Oh, look, there's my wolf. So, one thing that you guys probably didn't know was I was actually playtesting this joystick that I picked up. Obviously it's gonna need more work, so I'm definitely gonna take that apart when I get the chance. Oh, look, somebody got their wolf form and it wasn't me. Alright, let's try this again, but with a real controller. Alright. Now, let's see if I can get the wolves early like I'm supposed to. Now, I put the Master System console next to me because some of you may or may not know that that's the only way you can pause a Master System game. They put the pause button on the system itself rather than the controller. I don't know if that was an intentional design, but it's a design flaw in my opinion. Why can't I kick these guys? See what I mean? Hit detection is so bad And they've got the advantage on me. And I just lost my first wolf right there. I would still recommend owning this game despite the problems we're already seeing in the first stage alone. Just because it's a classic. I know that there is a huge group out there that really don't like Alter Beast in general, but I freaking love this game. Ooh, excuse me. I didn't have time to mute that one. I played this in the arcade back in the day, and I still love it. Probably for obvious reasons, but I would love to own a cabinet of this game, if at all possible. Oh my gosh, I'm so slow. See, now I gotta fight the Gravekeeper. Yeah. If y'all think the ganging up in beat-em-ups is bad, this is worse. I mean, technically speaking, this is a beat-em-up, but yeah, this is horrible. And y'all can hear me. I'm kicking every guy that's coming up here, and I can't land a single hit because of the hit detection. And obviously the Gravekeepers have a humongous reach. Alright, what do we got here? Oh, wow, Jody, be careful. I never mess around with tornadoes. I wanted to chase those as a kid. Still do in some kind of way, but yeah, watch out for that. Is it true that you have robotic eyes and you are not human? Well, maybe. Nice background, right? Just a blank background. But I gotta admit, at least they got the they got a good transformation, you know, look. It looks pretty good. Yeah, it really doesn't, guys. It does look pretty impressive for an 8-bit game. The problem is that everything that we've already looked at, the slowdown, the glitching, the hit detection, all of that, I think that's really what hurts this game in the end. Yo, Peter, what's up, bro? What's up, Stick? Welcome. Edwin, I think Zeus can save his daughter. The problem is he doesn't want to. Like, okay, Zeus is supposedly the king of the gods, right? I mean, obviously the Titans were more powerful than the gods, but as, like, the king of the gods, you'd think he'd sit there and be like, yo, I'm just gonna go get my daughter from my brother or whatever, whoever Neff is supposed to be. I'm guessing Hades, but they didn't want to use Hades. But if you know your mythology, you guys know that the gods always loved messing with humans. It was part of their omnipotence. So I'm sure the reason why he orchestrated this was so that way he could get somebody to do his dirty work for him. And it was just like, okay, let's see which human actually has the nuts to do this kind of thing. And everybody just kind of like sat back and was just like, this is impressive, you know? I don't know. I always thought that was weird too, but I guess if he actually did the job, we probably wouldn't have the game that we do today. Yeah, the hit detection on Double Dragon is bad too, but milestones above this one. I don't know how many times I was actually like striking somebody and they never broke apart. It's sad. Peter, I did have a little bit of difficulty. I'm gonna play around with that some more. Ooh, excuse me, guys. Either today or tomorrow for sure, because I definitely want to use that artwork you gave me. Hey, William, welcome. My explanation is better. He's just lazy. Well, we already know that, right? We already know that. No, let's throw the hair back. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and try this one more time. Hopefully we can get some decent gameplay out of this, because despite all this, it is still a pretty good game. I know I'm not making too much of a good argument for it, but I'm telling you, once we start getting past all this weird behavior the game is exhibiting, I mean, I really want to show you guys some of the more, like, detailed level designs that they did and just how they were able to get all of the, not all of, but most of the bosses and the enemies from the original. Come on. There we go. I need that wolf. The knockback is insane too. Okay, there we go. You definitely want to clear out as many enemies as you can and as fast as you can, because as we've already seen, they're gonna swarm and you do not want that. I think no matter what port you play... Ah, nuts. Yep, there he goes. Okay, that was my fault right there. I messed up, and he got past me. But I will still enjoy this one more than I will the Famicom port, because, man, you can barely see a thing on that. And it was cool that they added some levels because they shrunk everything, so they obviously had more space on the cart. But when you can barely see anything, it kind of takes away from it. At least in the Master System's defense, everything for the most part is there that the graphical output allows them to put in there. So at least we got better detailed levels, and to an extent some of the sprites are good, but yeah, I will always play the Genesis port over all the other ones, unless I'm actually playing the arcade game itself. Are you kidding me? If I remember right, the other wolf comes from over here too. Which, yep, there he is. Oh no! There we go. Gotta love that way they shift him too, where it's... He looks like a cat getting ready to throw up. Now, one thing I do like about this sprite over the Genesis one is I do like the dash attack animation here. I like the fact that you still see the wolf, and his dash attack actually looks like a dash rather than some weird kind of like flashing arrow kind of thing. This I do like a little bit more. Hey, Zelda Master, welcome! The jumping is definitely a bit stiffer than in the Genesis port, that's for sure. The characters in the Famicom port do move way faster than this, but that's because they're smaller. They definitely have that advantage to them. Yo, welcome Vash, how you doing, bro? Hope everything is good on your end there. Guys, while we have everybody in the stream, be sure to check out channels that you don't recognize. If you like what you see, drop some likes, subscribe. Let's help build everybody's networks here. Y'all know I'm about helping everybody out. Gamers supporting gamers, right? Alright, so here we got our first boss. Argos, I believe his name is. He still does the same thing where he rips his head off and he chucks him at you. But you can't use the same strategies that you would in the Genesis version. Unfortunately, there isn't a clean hitbox area like there is in the Genesis port and the arcade port. His pattern is very sporadic when it comes to the distance he throws his heads at. And there we go. Whereas in the the Genesis port, you could just stand in that one little safe spot and just chuck fireballs at him. Can't do that on this one because he always changes the spacing between the heads that he throws. Alright, so we got level 2 here. Those annoying leeches are back. There's good old Chicken Stinger there. Made his debut in this game, and then they decided to use him in Golden Axe, where he's actually a rideable mount. Sweet. Here we go. Ugh. Jump was just a little bit too low there. Ah! Again, I think those leeches are probably the most... Maybe, I want to say the goatmen are probably just as annoying as the leeches. Now this game only has 4 levels, so if I manage to actually get through all of them, you'll see what they took from the Genesis port and used. The cave level from the Genesis and the arcade is not here, so we won't get the giant teddy bear fight. But we do have the normal wolf, the dragon, the tiger, and the golden werewolf fight. Now this I felt was kind of lame because I actually do like the electric field that the Genesis port gives you when you use it, along with the arcade. It's just my skin flashes. I don't know if that was a graphical limitation, but yeah, it's kind of a shame that they didn't show the lightning coming out of him. And here we have Octeyes, the plant boss again. In any other port, you'd be able to just go up to him and fry him, but you can't do that because your lightning field doesn't allow you to for some reason. Again, I don't know if it's a limitation or not, but again, you can't use the same strategies as you would normally, so here you're just gonna have to do a lot of dodging and a lot of use of the lightning bolts that I shoot. The electricity will stun the spores, but in the original ports, you could actually fry them. Alright, so here we have level 4 from the arcade game and the Genesis port, which is level 3 now. We're still going to have to deal with the same enemies. All zombies are souped up. Got the lousy leeches back again. And this is where you want to have a good... Okay, there we go. Just did the continue there. You'll want to have a good idea of your distancing between yourself and the zombies because their reach is a hell of a lot longer than it ever was, and it's completely unfair because of that. Especially the ones that are holding their heads, they have an insane reach in this level, and they also do faster and more damage. And of course, the Grave Masters can combo you, but you can't even touch them for the most part. See, again, I don't know why he's not responding to my controls, but this is where a lot of that hit detection is really, really going to screw you over. Okay, I'm trying to remember if the wolf actually jumps off from the top or if he comes from this way. Oh, no! Okay, yeah, see? That stunk. I could have got my tiger form right there. The statue of Neff himself right there. Foreshadow. See? I hate the fact that they can combo you like that. I mean, they can in the arcade and in the Genesis ports too, but it's not as brutal as that. Oh, great. These are from the cave level. Yeah, I don't know how they did it either, honestly. I mean, if they can pull it off on the Master System, chances are they can pull it off on the Game Gear because it's technically the same kind of hardware. They're more close to technology than, say, the NES and Game Boy are. But yeah, it's amazing what they were still doing with this hardware well into the 2000s, actually. For those of you who may or may not know his channel, I watch a guy, he goes by the name of Kamui Plays, I believe it is. Ah, yeah, that's it. Can't do it anymore. I apologize if I butchered his name, but he's in Brazil, and we were talking about how Master System games and hardware were being made well into the year 2000 and more. And some of the ports that I actually want for the collection include Street Fighter. Duke Nukem is actually on Master System, if you can believe that. And some of the Mortal Kombat games are on Genesis or Master System as well. I think Mortal Kombat 3 is, or Ultimate. There's a plethora of games out there that were South American releases. And it's insane what they were making, even though this system died out decades ago. It was still going strong in that area. And he was telling me about how, you know, Sega is as big there as Nintendo is here. And you could still find even some of the systems out there for cheap. It's the games that are going to get you. So I think next time I have a chat with him, I'm going to see if there's any way we can exchange some titles so that I can have some stuff for the collection and then be able to stream it for you guys. Appreciate that, Vash. You know I love it when you're here too, bro. I have a lot of reach with my hair. Hey, you know what? I always said in Megadan's stream when he was streaming Punch Out, I'm that boxer who swings his hair and hits you with it. Or Maximum Carnage, the gang girls that have the hair attack, just maybe when I go gray I'll look like Sindel from Mortal Kombat. Alright, so that was just a little showcase of Alter Beast. Maybe I'll take it seriously and do a recorded playthrough of this, or maybe I'll play it again if you guys want to. But there you have it, Alter Beast Master System. I will say this for this game too: the box art on this is pretty damn good. I actually like this one a lot, so it's at least got that going for it. Let's look at another arcade port. Yeah, Heike Kagero was his name. The Japanese ballet dancer slash boxer slash martial artist. Yeah, that dude had all kinds of professions under him according to his bio. And once again, you can already see the slowdown. Now, one thing that I did not like about this port is the fact that you can't choose the characters. You are always playing Axe Battler. For me, Tyrus is my favorite out of the Golden Axe crew, but Axe Battler is my second favorite. So, you know, it is what it is on that regard. If you really don't care for the characters, then that won't take away from it. But I do like the fact that they gave you access to all of their magics. So at least in some way, you can get a feel for whoever your favorite character is. So we're gonna go with the fire magic here. Now look at how insane fast I am. That's a big step forward, but it doesn't help you in this game because everybody else moves just as fast as you do. So you're gonna find yourself in a lot of those ambush moments here. Oops. I forgot, that's how you do the magic. Now, to your advantage, as you saw there, even when you strike an opponent once, they do freeze for a bit, so that can help you get out of ambush moments, but it's really not that big of a help, because chances are you're going to come across somebody who's going to interfere with what you're doing and totally ruin that for you. Okay, there we got our chicken stinger right there. I like the fact that he's blue as opposed to the purple, but the purple's way more iconic. And I don't know how she managed to knock me off because her reach should be way shorter than mine. And we got the thieves here. I can get my magic up. Jeez, look how amped he is. He's just like, And I play a barbarian in most other games, like my D&D campaign and not World of Warcraft, Diablo 3 and Diablo 2. So that's exactly the mindset I would have when I play them. Ugh. Either there is a serious delay, or my controller definitely needs to be fixed. Because I don't understand why my moves are so slow. And I lost the chicken stinger again. Okay, what did I do with... Did I actually chug all that? If I did, awesome. Oh well. So we've got the Bash Brothers here. That very unforgiving hammer swing of theirs. I, for some reason, enjoy that sound it makes when they, like, freaking nail you in the head. And you hear that dunk. I don't know why. Like, it stinks getting hit, don't get me wrong. But something about that noise it makes just always makes me laugh. Because it sounds so bad, like, you should be dead after getting hit in the head with a hammer that huge. Another reason why I pick Tyrus over Axe Battler is because I don't like his charge attack of the shoulder thrust. Wow, that just instantly cut to the map. I like Tyrus's flying jump kick more. So there we got the cutscene that's in the Genesis and arcade ports. So again, they're really trying. I gotta give them credit for them trying to really bring home an arcade port. But sometimes their execution just doesn't cut it. Okay, turn around, dude. Even the villain's like, I'm over here. What are you doing? Whoa! Almost ran off the freaking ledge there. Whee! Down in the drink you go. He's probably gonna dash once he gets up. No? I'm surprised. The garden gnome. Gilius Thunderhead, yeah. He's definitely probably more recognizable than the other guys are. I know Tyrus was in that Golden Axe game for PS3, that launch title, Golden Axe Beastmaster, I believe it was, which I played early on, but I never owned because I never got a PS3. I was waiting to, and then by that time I don't know, I never picked one up. But it was an okay game for what it was. I really want to get the Golden Axe fighting game that's on Saturn. I believe it's called The Duel. After the... Oh! I should have let him get on the dragon so that I could get him. Come here, Puff. Let me jump on your back. Fine. Another thing that you could do better on the Genesis port, I kind of wish he had stayed around a bit more, was if you can utilize the distance to where you get the potions to drop, you can use that to your benefit in the boss fights or however you use your magic. So I could max out, use all of it, and then still have more on screen because of where I stuck him and where he dropped the potion. Just one of those little things you can do to kind of utilize your gameplay a bit. Alright, so since I'm close to death, I'm just going to use my all-out magic here. If they allow me to. Well, maybe I won't have to if I get my dragon. See, even using the dragon is delayed. Okay, let's do it right here. Just because the skeletons are annoying as hell. Yo! Ground meat. Man, he took off with the quickness. I didn't even get a chance to go after him. Hey, Freaka 4, what's up? How you doing? Oh, awesome. You had the Commodore ports. Nice. Yeah, I'm still looking for those. I have a few big box Commodore games, but not many. In fact, my Commodore system actually needs new cables for it so I can actually use it. Aw, man. There we go. They didn't even want to let me continue. You see that? Last time they're like, continue, yes or no. Don't like this dragon. I always like the one that breathes the fire to the ground. Guys, if you haven't yet, check out Freaka 4's channel because he's got some really cool playthroughs, and he plays a lot of games that most people don't really stream nowadays. I've actually been glued to his Faxanadu run, because I don't see many people play that one, and it's actually not a bad title. I also been watching his Totally Rad playthroughs, and along with his other stuff. So if you like... Aw, man. I did it again. I'm so used to hitting both buttons to jump in other games that I forget there's a single button. But yeah, if you haven't checked out his channel, do yourself a favor and do so, because I like the fact that he also streams a lot of games that most people don't. And when I saw he was playing Faxanadu, that definitely hooked me because I used to like that game a lot as a kid. Alright, let's see if I can make this. Oh! I don't think I have to do the shoulder attack to get across, but we'll see. Nope. Yo, look at the turtle. He like eyeballed me the whole time. He's like, "Are you serious, bro?" Oh, see? That's why you died. Nice. Alright, so that is Golden Axe. And any of these titles that you guys want me to revisit, just let me know. I'm just doing kind of like a little showcase to get more attention to the Master System. Because it's definitely a console that I wish more people would actually stream. If you guys also haven't seen BFG's newest Master System video, take a look at that because he also showcases a lot of the highs and lows of the Master System itself. And he like just completed his collection not too long ago, which I'm proud of because it is not an easy system to complete for. Master System games have definitely gone up in price, and a lot of the times it's hit and miss with what's available. I know that my system collection isn't as big as it could be, only because back when I started collecting, I rarely saw Master System games go into any of the stores that I bought from. And when I did, there were titles I already had. And that's another problem that you will find with the Master System library. If you find used games, chances are they're going to be ones you already have. So the frequency of what you find is going to get little and little because you've already got it. So, but I will say that it is a good system to collect for. The whole library isn't as impossible as, say, NES or maybe N64 or Super Nintendo is. But you have to really want to collect for it. You really have to appreciate the system for what it has to offer if you really want to do that. Josh, what's up, man? Oh, cool. I'm definitely going to catch up on those, Freak. Really, really cool. And no problem, man. I'm all about helping everybody out here. So that's why I recommend that we all check out each other's channels for everybody who makes videos, playthroughs, what have you. That's what makes our community bigger and better, in my opinion. Late to class. No, you're not late to class. And even if you were, I'd be more appreciative that you even showed up to class, let alone, oh, you could have, but you just decided not to. Because that's more, that would hit me right in the feels more than showing up late. Because at least you made the effort. So you get an A+ for honesty. All right, let's look at another arcade port here. I'm really surprised that they haven't made a sequel or a remake of Faxanadu, in my opinion. Oh, man, I love a good Afterburner game. Alright, let's do it. Sega Enterprises. Now, this is a port I have to tip my hat to because I feel like they actually nailed it here. A lot of what makes Afterburner good, they definitely nailed, and especially that. The barrel roll was my favorite ability in any flight game, and Afterburner was the first to really encompass that. So, as a kid, this was not only one of the first arcade games I actually played, but actually one of the first ones I beat. Because I was always pumping quarters into this. Like I've said time and time again, I wanted to be a fighter pilot. And this game and Top Gun did not help kill that desire. Definitely augmented it for me. And of course, my mom's buddy who was actually in the Air Force. And when you're a kid and you want to be a pilot, and they make an arcade game that you can sit in that moves with the flight stick, yeah, sell me on that experience any time of the day. It is still one of the arcade cabs I would love to have more than anything else. Because I got to play so many variants of it. The stand-up one was fun. The sit-down with the movable cockpit, amazing. And then at a local golf land in Mesa, years ago, they had one that was like a full gyroscope kind of design, where you sat in the cockpit and the whole thing rotated. Like, you could go upside down and everything. You actually had to wear a seatbelt to play that game. I freaking loved it. And to this day, I still love this game for offering that. And plus, the music for this is actually pretty close to the arcade and Genesis ports. I would love to own every game in the Afterburner lineup, but so many of them are expensive, and I've rarely even seen some of them out in the wild. I know that they have one for Sega CD. I had one for 32X, I believe, and I don't know what happened to that, unfortunately. But yeah, they just... Man, I love this series. And the song, definitely... I'm glad that they were able to do an 8-bit rendition of Final Takeoff, because that's my favorite song in the whole series. Now, obviously, I'm not going to be able to do some very aggressive dogfighting like I could in other ports. But again, this is a game where I think they reached the peak of a lot of what they could do, just from graphical and sound and control. The scrolling is on par, as you can see. It looks like I'm going really fast too. And then you've got the barrel roll, which you can't have an Afterburner game without the barrel roll. I'm sorry. Look at that. I'm sorry. That may be cheesy to some of you, but I love that. Just being able to do that on a home console is awesome. Now, had you been able to do that on my Tiger LCD game, holy cow, would that have been cool. I think that would have made it the best Tiger game in general. But I still love the fact that Afterburner is on is a Tiger LCD game too, and the fact that it's not a normal hold in your hand, it's actually got the flight stick display. Yeah, I love it. Oh, no worries, Rex. Oh, you too, Jody, huh? That's sick, dude. Yeah, Vash, I've met a few pilots off base, and yeah, they were like some of the coolest people I've met. I'm not saying that anybody else in the military are like super stiff, but the pilots definitely were way more laid back, and I guess it just has to do with the personality types associated with whatever military faction they're in. They definitely seem more of like the party animal type of guys. But yeah, I had a really cool chat with a few of them that I met that were stationed out here. And we were just talking about jets all day and what they got to do and all that. I'm sure some of the stuff we talked about they're not supposed to share with civilians, but, you know, they were willing to because I showed so much support for what they do. And, you know, I really admire them for it. I admire anybody who has been or is in the military or has anybody in the military, because they are the ones that allow me to live my life the way that I do. But if I had my choice, I definitely would have been in the Air Force for sure. Then these aviators actually would have meant more, you know? Rather than just a way to hide my empty eye sockets. That's cool. That's really cool. That was another thing that I like too about pilots is the call signs. Like actually having a cool call sign. It's like, I don't care how girly your call sign is. If you can make it work, you can make it work. I mean, we know some of the ones in Top Gun, right? Oh! Man, first time I got hit. Yeah, it totally is, Jody. I try to go there when I can, especially when they have the air show on base or out there, because they will, depending on what they're doing, they will actually allow you to access that while the air show is going on. Most of the time you have to get a reservation now due to 9/11. But yeah, it's an awesome place if you like jets and you're familiar with a lot of that. It's a really cool place to check out. And I think I've said it before, but that's where they filmed that fight scene in Transformers 2 at, when they teleported to where all the jets were. That is the graveyard out here in Tucson. A friend of mine actually works there. He does IT for them. And I was trying to get a job there just because I would love to marvel at the jets that they have. I'm just gonna... Baby maker. Yo, I dig that. That's pretty funny. That is pretty funny. I don't know what the limitations are on call signs, but if they allowed that, holy hell. Now we're gonna come to a part that is not in the arcade or the Genesis ports. For this game, for this port, they actually added a boss fight to give it some kind of variety. Whoa. Maybe I'd make a weird call sign too, like guess who or guess what. Now here is where the dog fighting is definitely going to get aggressive, because trying to lock on to these while avoiding the enemy missiles is tough. So I got to give credit to this port for doing this, because like I said, it's not on any other version. Oh, come on. Oh, that should have hit. And also, this boss really likes to be cheap and hang out down here. There we go. Booyah! Later. Yeah, exactly, Vash. I put that in little letters. Can you? And then put guess who as my major call sign tag. Major Cecil! Officer on deck! How you doing, sir? How are you doing today? Guys, another really great channel to check out if you love FPS. Definitely check out the Major's channel. Just did a complete playthrough of the very awesome Terminator game. And now he's on Halo. And I get the total nostalgia feels watching those videos, because, man, did I play the hell out of that game in college. I think that was honestly the first Xbox game I did play, despite what was available at the time. Oh, appreciate that, Killer. Also, guys, if you're new to Killer Games' channel, be sure to check him out as well. He's been doing a lot of retro streaming lately, so welcome him to the retro crew. Alright, so I got a game over. I don't remember how to continue, sadly. I know it's got a weird button combination, but oh well. Oh well, we are just doing a little showcase here. Actually, let me take a look at the manual. I know you have to do some kind of weird combo. Oh, it is up in that. Okay. Let's see if that actually works. Nope, because I'm already playing the game. No worries. Alright, so that was Afterburner. If I was to make a top 10 Master System game collection or master games to play, definitely would throw Afterburner on there. The box art kind of looks like what you would expect from an Afterburner game. Sorry, the gloss on there. Super shiny because I have beautified it, of course. But yeah, you can see the Tomcats on there. And the MiG fighters. Yeah, awesome stuff. So let me throw one more on. Man, I chugged through all my water already. There we go. Alright, so now we got the always popular Space Harrier. Awesome, Jody. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Nick or Andy or both you guys. I always forget who runs that. But yeah, I totally hate the fact that they removed the button to do so. I get the somewhat reasoning behind it, but I don't dig it at all. So yeah, I know it requires a little bit of more effort to do that, but I'm telling you, if we continue to do that and help each other out, everybody will appreciate it. Yep. Major's Militia. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Yeah, Major Cecil made me want to buy that Terminator game, and FPS isn't really one of my high points. I played a lot back in the day, but it is not one of my high points anymore. But I watched his complete playthrough of that game, and guys, if you love the Terminator movies, at least the first two, you'll definitely want to play that Terminator game, because I watched it and I'm like, I could totally accept this game as canon more than any of the films after 2. Whoa. So again, we have a very ambitious arcade port here. I'm trying to remember if they brought this over to the NES as well. I think so. But Space Harrier definitely has a lot of ports under its name, and the Master System one is one I can highly recommend as well, just like Afterburner, because even if it is slower, the hit detection is a little bit harder with this game because of the limitations of the hardware. It's still a very decent port. It's still a well done port. So I would put this on a top 10 for sure. I do have the 3D equivalent, which is even slower than this, but for good reason. Just because the actual speed of this game is insane. So here we have the first dragon boss here. Not too difficult, just aim for his head, front and back, and you can take him down pretty easily. Space Harrier was one of the first couple of games by Yu Suzuki that I actually played. You can tell what's a Yu Suzuki game with a lot of the same characteristics. Usually starts with the get ready, one-hit deaths, and usually the games are pretty fast. So Afterburner being the first one I played, Space Harrier the second, I played Space Harrier back in the day on the arcade where you use the flight stick. So again, you know I'm going to be drawn to that. Oh! Fireballed. And Outrun, another Yu Suzuki title. Very fun to play, especially when you could find the sit-down arcade. Going for that whole experience there. I always want to call the car a Lamborghini, but it's a Ferrari if I remember right. Whoa! So you can tell I have a lot of nostalgia for these games, mainly because I played them in the arcade, and of course I grew up with them on Master System. Now we have the second boss here. Giant collection of stone faces. Oh! Forgot to jump up in time here. That one actually isn't too difficult, but because I died, you probably might second guess that. All you really have to do is just take out as many as you can, and, you know, just dodge the remaining ones as they get closer to you. Now, the spore enemies in this level are probably going to be the most annoying because trying to anticipate where and how high they're going to jump is always tough. But if you keep your distance, you normally can dodge them. And if they're within your range, you might be able to just shoot them. Ran right into a tree, folks. Oh. I guess that one doesn't have a continue function as well either. Oh well. And why? Because I am completely immature. No, Peter, I did not. I got to the 3rd level, and they all ambushed me, and I died. It was insane. What's up, Die Hard Gamer Bros? Yeah, this is... I was just talking about how much I love this arcade game. Yeah, see, I think that's the stinky part, Nick and Andy, because we have yet to even figure out why they removed that search function for channels. I'm guessing it's because they want to kill sub for subs, but that's the only thing I can think of or hypothesize. I have yet to even find a serious answer on why they did that. So... let me see if this one actually has a continue function. I thought every Master System game does, but maybe this one doesn't. Yeah, it does. Press button 1. Keeping the directional pad down, diagonal left. Okay. So, you know what? Let's see if it does it. It probably won't, but who knows? Nope. We'll give this one a little bit of more of a try because this is... this one wasn't too long. Although, I will say I'm kind of intrigued to see what the 3D port would look like on here. So, you know what? Why don't we do that? Let's take a look at... I'm gonna let this kill me. Let me grab the 3D equivalent. And while we're at it... that is Zillion. You guys saw me play Zillion last time. Alright. So let's take a look at what Space Harrier 3D will look like on here. I'm guessing we probably won't see much. But let's take a look anyway, because I have yet to do this, actually. I've played this on my normal CRT, but let's see if a smart TV can handle it. Oh, awesome, Freak. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's a totally overlooked classic from the 80s, and sadly, because of the popularity of the Goonies, it's been pushed aside. But recently, the cult following for for Monster Squad has been going up. So now they're actively saying which is better, Monster Squad or Goonies. And honestly, I can't choose one over the other because they're two different movies. I love them both. Although I will say that every time I watch Monster Squad, I always have to have a Pepsi. Wow, look at that, guys. Look at this. Now, Harrier is obviously going to be the one thing you can see, but the double vision, yeah, look at that. Let's see how it plays now. Yeah, look at this. I have to double shot everything. Boom! I just got shot by the discount TIE fighter there. So everything is in double vision, as I would expect it to be, because that's how the Sega scope worked. One lens did one job, the other lens did the other in the glasses themselves. But this is, wow, I'm actually surprised this is even displaying, let alone I can actually play it. So, no folks, there is nothing wrong with your viewing devices. This is how Sega 3D worked. If my Sega 3D glasses actually works with this, that would be awesome. But I don't know if there is a software compatibility issue between the two. Maybe there isn't. I have yet to try those, but that'll give me something to look forward to off camera. Very cool. Oh, discount TIE Fighter crash. It's like being on fake acid. Considering I've never dropped acid before, I'll take your word for it. And if you have or haven't either, I'll still take your word for it, because I like to crack that joke too from time to time. Yeah, double vision. There's the first boss right there. The Cyber Dragon. At least we got to see him in normal view. Sega 3D definitely was an innovation in itself. Uh-oh. Giant penises. Because it didn't use the old technology like NES did with Rad Racer and 3D World Runner, where it used the red and blue lens trick. They were actually trying to push something else at the time. With the this type of I don't want to say rotoscope, photoscope. I want to say something like that, but I don't remember what the exact terminology is. But yeah, they were really trying to be innovative with 3D, and I think to some extent it worked. But the problem with Sega Scope is the glasses and or the chip are very, very delicate. So if you mess up even one of those, you're going to have to buy a replacement for whatever isn't working, sadly. I have 3 or 4 pairs of Sega 3D glasses, and I have like half a dozen chips, and it is always tough to figure out which ones work and which ones don't. What did I do with that case? Ah, here we go. Alright. Now I pulled another 3D game just for kicks. This is probably the most recognizable one on Master System because it's so common. But Zaxxon 3D. Alright, so you're getting a look at how the game looks when you don't have, again, the 3D glasses. Now you notice I can't just flat outright shoot the enemy aircrafts. The reason for that is because they're trying to really enhance the 3D aspect. So in order to actually hit the enemies on sight, you want to get in conjunction to where they are located. You want to get in the same location with this aspect ratio. So if you may have noticed while I was dogfighting there, you would see the crosshairs pop up. When you see the crosshairs, that's when you know that you're in the same trajectory as the enemy fighter, and that's when you'll want to shoot. Because then that'll mean your shots are way more lined up than, say, if I was over here and trying to shoot him down that way. So here we have the labyrinth part. If you guys ever played any type of Zaxxon game, that's where you took a lot of the... That's where a lot of the combat took place. Every level was comprised of 1 or 2 labyrinths that you had to fly through, just like this. Well, Sega decided to push that and say, well, let's make it a 3D experience, hence why we're flying through it like it is now. In the original Zaxxon ports, though, the labyrinths were way more elaborate than this, because there was a lot to dodge. You had missile silos, you had tanks, the fueling canisters were there. Underjudged that one. There was just a lot going on in the original Zaxxon, and that was from the 3/4... Ooh, got shot again. That was from the 3/4 perspective. So everything here is going to be first person for the most part, or at least to a certain extent. And I can still play these games without the 3D glasses, but Zaxxon did something cooler that the other games didn't utilize for the most part. Let me just go ahead and get to... I'm going to try to get to the first boss here. Alright, so here we got our first boss fight. If you're wondering what those letters are in the top right corner, those are my weapons. So I'm going to switch to the H weapon. Okay, you see the crosshairs there? That's when you'll want to shoot. And hope that they don't kill you in the process. Alright, so here's that little trick that I thought was cool that they did with Zaxxon. So let's say your glasses stop working or you forget to get them. Let's see. Bam. If you hit the... I think it's the select or the pause button. Yeah, it's the pause button. If you hit the pause button at the title screen, you can actually shift it to 2D mode, and you don't even have to have the glasses at all to play this. You also can change your flight controls from normal to reverse if you like that style. And there you go. Now you can actually see what the game would look like without the 3D mode on. Oh, Rock On Freak. Yeah, this is another childhood classic of mine, too. I used to play this at a laundromat. And there was also a pool hall that had this game, too. Which, I'm guessing the owner must have had a lot of patrons that played it, because that game pumped in so many quarters compared to the other titles that he had. There is also a board game of Zaxxon. I actually own it. That's really, really cool because it involves a lot of 3D pieces. Um, you can station the fueling tanks and everything like the original game itself. And then you've got Zaxxon that stands as its own enemy piece, which was pretty cool. There's also a tabletop variant of this game that comes with a miniature flight stick. If you guys have seen those ones made by Coleco, they did the Donkey Kong, the Pac-Man, and Galaxian and all those. They made one of Zaxxon, and it's very cool to look at, very cool to play. I believe Do You Nerd had a convention video where he had found, Tom had found one, and I was like, oh, please tell me you got that, because it is such a cool piece. Not only just to display, but to actually play. It's very impressive compared to the other Coleco tabletop games. So, if we all had Sega 3D glasses and we were all able to look at this, this is what the game would look like, but with the 3D perspective on. So you'd see all of this flying at you, which was really cool. Alright, so now I've got 3 weapons to choose from, and I'm a bit faster, which is awesome. You definitely want to kill these boss monsters, or these boss ships, quick, because you do have a time limit. And the unfortunate thing is... trying to target, for one. There we go. There we go. Boom. One of the things that makes this game tough is your fuel gauge is tied into your ammunition. So you want to be careful about how many times you shoot, because you will burn through your fuel supply like that. I just grabbed a power-up to make my fuel bar longer, and this is where getting the fuel canisters in the labyrinths come in handy. But yeah, you definitely want to be selective on where and how you shoot and what you shoot, because the more powerful weapons use up more of your fuel. Also, when you get speed enhancements, your speed enhancements burn up your fuel as well. So you've got one-hit deaths, and about 2 or 3 different things that kill your fuel supply at the same time. So I try not to over-collect speed enhancements when I don't have to. And also, I try to use a lot of the normal shot when I can, and save the more powerful shots for bosses only. Because you can kill a lot of these with just the normal shot, as it is. And the labyrinths get longer, and the stages get drawn out more, so you definitely want to conserve fuel as much as you can in the later stages. And believe it or not, this game has over 30-some stages. It's all pretty much the same thing. You get a fighting segment, then you get the labyrinth, then you get the boss fights, and then at the very end you get a boss rush. So yeah, it's insane what they were doing with this game. And with every labyrinth, they add more enemies, they add more hazards. So, while they do try to add some variety, the game itself is a little bit monotonous. But the added difficulty it gives it something, I think. See, now the boss... Oh! Now the boss ship is actually moving as opposed to being stationary. So they do add a little bit of variation to it, little by little. One thing I will say that this game has going for it, aside from just like the colors in the display, which I think are pretty good, I do like the soundtrack a lot. Okay, now he's getting harder to target. Oh. Okay, so that's where we want to be. Oh! I don't want to be there so he can shoot me, but... Wow, right off the bat. Clipped my wing and boom, there he went. So there you have Zaxxon 3D, folks. Oddly enough, when I got the Master System, this was a must-have for me. I think because of the nostalgia of the arcade game and the fact that it was 3D now, I felt like it was going to be the pinnacle of technology at the time. And maybe it was for the most part, but it definitely... there's a lot that could have been better with it, in my opinion. But I'm guessing they had a lot of limitations because of the 3D they were trying to push. Not a bad game. There are worse titles, but I really wouldn't... I wouldn't say like it's top 10 material, because there are other games that are better. But as far as the 3D aspect goes, that game definitely has some nostalgia for me. Let's see. Let's take a look at another really good arcade port here. Now this game definitely would be on a top 10 Sega Master System for sure. Let's see. Speaking of the Goonies, I got my picture taken with Jonathan K. Kwan. Oh, awesome! I was hoping to meet them when they had that that Goonies convention outside of the original home that they filmed at. We were actually going to drive up to Oregon for it, and they decided to cancel because I guess the person who lives there was just like, nope, I've had it with the Goonies fandom. It's off limits now. So yeah, I was hoping to go to that and get some autographs with the cast for sure, but that's cool, Freak. That is really cool. If you have like an actual like printout or something of that, I'd like to see that in one of your videos, or if you post on Twitter at all. That'd be really cool to see. Oh, the flight stick, or the arcade, the joystick. Probably. It, I know that I like to use it sometimes with Afterburner. But man, is it so awkward to use that thing. I mean, if you've got a good feel for it, like if you actually can use it comfortably, I'd say sure. But I don't really use the joystick on many of the Master System games. It's just, I don't know what it is. Let me take my headphones off. It's weird. It's weird hearing me talk and then hearing that. I used to use it a lot when I was a kid, and then I just grew out of it. I think the nostalgic feel of that thing just really like faded over time. They're good to own as collector's pieces because they're actually a hell of a lot more expensive nowadays to own those than back in the day when I got mine. But if you're comfortable with it, I mean, sure, why not? Maybe I'll revisit these and use the flights or the joystick on them too. But I'm actually comfortable with just using the normal arcade pad. All right. Now this is a port and a game done well on the Master System. Here's our little R1 ship. I will say this, as a kid, what drew me to this game in general, the first enemy boss. Coming off the hype of Aliens, I looked at that thing and I was like, tell me that is not a xenomorph. Or at least a chest burster, so to say. So, come back here, little drone. There we go. Uh-oh. Whoa, 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 whoa! 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 Oh, went too high. That's what hooked me into this game, for sure. The arcade, and then when we found out that Master System was getting the port, I had to get it. I'm really surprised too that this game got ported to Super Nintendo with Super R-Type, just because everybody I knew who knew this game knew it for Sega, not Nintendo. Nope, there we go. That's what I want. Wait, what? No! He's gone! There we go. So, yeah, I was surprised that this even got ported off of anything that wasn't Sega. But Super R-Type definitely was a good, that's for sure. Every system that this game went to, they always try to push the graphic output, and I gotta respect that, because this was a title that you either knew it or you didn't, whether it was from the Master System port or the arcade. And again, having the luxury of both systems like we did definitely helped with getting the... Damn it! Definitely helped with getting the exposure to a lot of the good games that this system had to offer, and that was why we praised the hell out of it as kids growing up, but nobody knew what we were talking about because nobody had this. And we kind of felt like the one kid that had the Neo Geo that we ever, the only one kid that we ever knew who had one. We kind of felt like that with the Master System just because nobody knew what it was. And it's not that this system was really that expensive, at least as far as I remember. But it definitely had a lot of the titles that Nintendo didn't, or eventually got, but were just bad ports. Think it's too small? Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. I guess because I've been playing it for so many years, I'm kind of used to it. But I could see how that could be an issue for sure. You know, a lot of these ports aren't perfect, but some of them do come really close, and R-Type definitely does. And I'm glad that they were a bit choosier about how big to make these sprites, because as we saw with Alter Beast, the bigger the sprites, the huge amount of lag there was going to be. And slowdown. Hey, Dr. Josh, welcome. Welcome to the retro stream today. We had one friend that had a Neo Geo. One. And I don't even think he even used it half the time just because it was so damn expensive. I actually have my childhood Panasonic 3DO, but I got mine later. I didn't get it when it first came out because there's no way in hell I'm going to afford the 3DO at that price. And when it stopped doing well, I mean, not like it ever really did, but I keep looking at the screen, or the chat. When they started clearancing those out, that's when I got one. And even I don't use my 3DO as much anymore, just because I'm not impressed with what that system has to offer. The Need for Speed game is pretty fun, but there aren't many outside of just like a few of the shooters that are on there that just are worth buying the system for. You know, there's so many. It's almost like a system to own if video game playing is not what you want to do. And the reason why I put it that way is because 3DO, along with the other system that Panasonic put out, or the JVC, whatever one it is, mostly had these titles that were like educational things. I'm sure I know that AVGN did a video on something like that where he looked at what was it, Plumbers Don't Wear Ties and the Flowers of Maplethorpe. Like, it's almost like a system that you owned just for the sake of saying you had something advanced and cultural, but not that you actually play it. It was weird. I don't know how to put it. It just seemed to me like you owned a 3DO just for bragging rights, so to say. Whereas, at least the Neo Geo had good playable titles on it. The 3DO and the other systems that came out like that, I mean, you only really had what is that one with Dirk the Daring? Dragon's Lair and Space Ace. That's really all you had when it came to that. When it came to systems like that. So if you're interested in seeing what a 3DO looks like and what was on the system, you know, there are dozens of videos on that, but you're not really missing much if you're looking for an opportunity to play one, just because there's really not much that system has to offer in reality. You probably could get the same experience playing PlayStation 1 if you want a 3DO type experience. And PlayStation 1 did it better and cheaper. Alright, so here we got our little chestburster boss here. Look at that. Tell me that is not cool looking. Whoa. Oh, I ran right into that. Man, that was brutal. Yup, we had Electronics Boutique mostly in our malls. Electronics Boutique. Babbage's was another one. Software, etc. And one other. I don't want to say EB Games because I wasn't EB Games. There was one other electronics store, and they weren't all in the same malls. They were like, you went to one mall for Software, etc. You went to one other mall for Babbage's. Yeah, I used to frequent those whenever we went to a different mall for sure. Yeah, you guys really aren't missing much. Neo Geo, I will say, talk about a system that has not gone down in price even from its original release. Yeah, I would have loved to own one of those as a kid. I still want to own one. It's a bucket list system for me for sure. I know where I can get one, but it's one of those things where both I and the seller, we have to be willing at the same time to both buy and sell from each other. It's one of those kind of situations, and I don't blame him for that. Simply because it's hard to even get anything Neo Geo related without shelling out 60 or more bucks for it. I've seen the joysticks go for $100, and that's if they don't even, like, they've never even been play tested. So anything Neo Geo is going to be costly, unless where you get it from, it's in really, really bad condition and the condition reflects the price, or wherever you're getting it, they just don't know what it is. So I do have Atari Jaguar. I actually have mine in box still. The box has definitely seen better days. But yeah, you're not missing much with that either. It was definitely a gimmick in my opinion. It was more of a gimmicky system than we were led to believe. I will say if you get one, I would highlight for sure Doom, Aliens vs. Predator, trying to think. I think Bubsy is on that one. That one's not too bad. There's a few good games with Jaguar, but for the most part, the library is trash. I think they were trying to push something that they didn't have, or that they didn't have a full understanding of, in my opinion. Let's see. Now my 3DO, I think, uses uh, the same AV cable setup as my Master System in Genesis. So if I can remember where I even put mine, maybe one day I'll stream that, or I'll showcase that, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, you're really not missing much when it comes to that. I will say that the Super Street Fighter 2 port that I got for 3DO is probably the highlight of my 3DO collection. That and Need for Speed, because I have the original release with the soundtrack still. And that one's kind of a hard piece to find intact, but 3DO is just a gimmicky system in my opinion. Yes, Tempest 2000, thank you. Awesome game on the Jaguar. That's definitely one of the few that I would recommend for sure. My number one pick would be AVP, but Tempest 2000 is definitely on the top 10 list. And if you can get that with the soundtrack too, even better. I would have paid full price just for the soundtrack, because I think that techno music they gave it was pretty awesome. Alright, so let's jump to another game real quick. I'm hoping BFG joins the stream soon, because I'm sure that he's played it, but he picked up a factory sealed copy of a game that I have in my library, and I wouldn't mind playing that if he shows up. All right. So here we have another arcade port that I think is actually superior in terms of other arcade ports of the same game. Definitely miles above the Nintendo port. And I'm going to show you for one quick reason. Not only is this 2-player, but you get access to all 3 of the monsters. My favorite, of course, being Ralph. This is the only port that he is playable in. Now, when they made Rampage World Tour and all that, and they started adding characters to the roster, of course you're going to get more selectability, but this is the only home port, at least that I'm aware of, that actually gives you all 3 and has the 2-player function, because some ports actually omit one or the other. Hey, it's Jay! What's up, bro? Oh, okay. Yeah, it definitely could have been the Jaguar CD, or it could have been even the Sega CD, for that matter. Because both systems have them. I guess if you can remember what the design of it looked like, maybe we could probably point you in that direction. But that's still cool that you saw that in stores, because when I was growing up, I rarely saw anything Sega CD in a store. The Toys R Us that I used to frequent, I actually bought my copy of Power Rangers for Sega CD there for like $2. And that game had been in that store for over a decade. So the fact that that was still being sold there, I was kind of impressed by. But that was one of the only times I ever saw Sega CD stuff in an actual toy store. Atari Jaguar I would see in KB toy stores. That's actually where I got mine. But nobody really went in there looking for that kind of stuff. And I kind of wish I had the cash that I do now back then, because I seriously would have picked up a lot of that for dirt cheap. Because it pays to have had it back then than it pays for it now. And we got our Jaguar for $40, still brand new, because KB's was clearancing them. And my box has seen better days for sure, but I still have everything in it. It does use an RF connection, which is kind of weird, because systems at that point were phasing that out. But yeah, like I said, it's a gimmicky console in my opinion. So yeah, and that's a good point. most stores didn't stock a lot of it because what kid is gonna go in there and be like, I want a Neo Geo, you know, like unless you're one of those rich little brats, the kids that you know you wanted to beat up in school because they had everything, and the crummy attitudes to go with it. I'm not saying all rich kids were bad, but the ones I dealt with had that little snooty, you know, I wear a sweater around my neck kind of, kind of, ugh, you know. They make parodies of stuff like that, but yeah, I didn't know anybody who could actually afford a lot of this when it first came out. And truth be told, I'm glad I didn't throw down serious cash on a lot of this when I was a kid, because let me tell you, 20 bucks to go to a mall, that was like $100 to me. I could make that, I could stretch that 20 bucks and get food, arcade, even toys from KB because of those awesome sales they had. So to be able to go into KB and throw down 40 bucks for an Atari Jaguar, like, that would be if I walked into a store nowadays and bought a 3DS or a Switch. Like, that's the equivalent of being able to just drop down money like that and do it. I don't regret buying it cheap because it definitely has saved my my finances in trying to buy it, but trying to collect for any of those is where it's gonna hit you, because those systems, games, accessories, all of that is really high priced right now, and it's insane how high priced it is considering it's not recognizable or even cherished stuff. It's not like trying to buy a box copy of Mario 3, for example. These are bad games. This is bad hardware. But I think it's so bad that it's good kind of tax on that price, and the fact that it's so odd that maybe that's why the prices have gone up. I mean, look at Virtual Boy. Virtual Boy is not even a good system at all, and you can screw up your eyesight playing that. But because it's such an oddball system and there's only like 13 or so many games in the library, people want to throw down serious cash for it. So you never know. Oh, okay, so it was Sega's Jaguar City. Nice. Yep, I agree, Jody. This is the best home port. Funko-Land? Yeah, I totally miss Funko-Land. I know some of us out there actually have Funko-Land sleeves still. Eugene has one that he showcased for one of his games in his last stream, and I was like, man, talk about the nostalgia feels right there. I actually had, for the longest time, a Funko-Land newspaper that had the price guides for every system they sold for, and I don't know what happened to it, but I used to look at that and look at some of the games that sell so highly nowadays, that when you look at that ad and you see Wayne's World $1.10, Little Samson $3.22, like, these were the actual prices they sold these games at in their stores. And to know that you could have gone in there, bought games for a couple of pennies, literally, walked out of the store, kept it, preserved it, and then look, now you've got a $1,000 nest egg. Like, wow, that's true nostalgia right there. Yo, Shocks, what is up? Welcome to the stream. We are just talking a little bit about some of our good experiences with Funko-Land, KB Toys. We've looked at some Sega Master System ports, just in case you're curious about what you've missed so far. So we're all just kind of like reminiscing right now about some of the good old times when it came to looking for software oddities like the Jaguar and Panasonic 3DO and whatnot. So yeah, see? Exactly. Nobody really cared about that stuff because we already had systems that could do things way better and were way cheaper. I know I really didn't care for a lot of that once Sega Saturn and PlayStation dropped, because those were more impressive to me and still are. I will still praise Sega Saturn for what it can do versus even what PlayStation and N64 can do. And Atari Jaguar and any system that had a CD attachment. Saturn knocked it out of the park, in my opinion. Hey, Miss Retro Star, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? most people don't know that it's ported to the Master System shocks, or in your case, you said you didn't remember. Yeah, a lot of people didn't know that. And what's cool about this port, which I've already discussed, is you've got both the multiplayer option and all three characters accessible to you. So this is always going to be my favorite port, next to like Rampage World Tour, which was really fun. Very long game, just like every Rampage title is. But yeah, this one is by far the best port. And what makes this really cool for me is that my copy, I don't know if you can see right there, this is the box art. My copy is actually signed by the original creator of Rampage. And he actually signed my cartridge too, in case I need to replace this box art. And yeah, look at that. Total 1930s and 50s box art with the King Kong and Godzilla look in there. We actually talked at a gaming convention about why I love this port so much. And he had told me, he said, you're maybe one of a few that actually know this port exists, are fans of this port, and have actually told me how much they like it. So in a strange sort of way, it made him feel good that there are fans of it out there. And he was nothing but humble about it. We talked about every game that he ever helped make, because he was there promoting every game that he had worked on. And I went to his booth and I was like, you've probably had everybody talking to you about this, this, and this. I'm here to talk to you about my favorite game. And then I busted out the Rampage, and he just started laughing, and he was like, wow, yours is actually in pretty good condition. I said, it has to be, because this is one of my favorite games. At least one of my favorite ports too, on top of that. My uncle and I played the hell out of this one, and when I actually tried to find the port again, I got the Nintendo one, and I'm like, wait a minute, this doesn't look like the one I remember. And I was like, where's the wolf at? Where's the music? You know, like, why does this port look like it threw up? And I was talking to my uncle about it one day, and he's like, no, we played the Master System one. We didn't play the Nintendo one. He's like, remember, that one sucked. And I was like, wow, you're right, dude. So I got to go find our Master System one. And I think he either sold it or it was a friend of his. So I went out and got my own copy. And I've had this one for a while. Granted, the box art unfortunately has taken a hit, but yeah, the creator was more than willing to sign the sleeve and the cartridge for me, because he knows how collectors are. If I have to get a new box, then might as well have the cartridge signed at least, so that way I can, you know, showcase that, and then, you know, I could keep an empty box or whatever. Now, I don't remember if the other ports have the energy bar, but if they don't, that's another thing I will say that Master System did, where it actually lets us know how close we are to dying. And of course, my grandfather, being a huge fan of kaiju movies, definitely watched us play this as a kid, or as kids growing up. My uncle and I, the one that actually used to game with me, we're not that far in age. I mean, there's a bit of a time gap. He was about 12 or 13 when I was about 4. So in my household, there was him and my cousin, who was about 9 when I was growing up. So anything I learned or got exposure to was because of them being older than I was. And then, of course, whatever the adults were doing. But my uncle, when he wasn't being a jerk to me, we used to play video games together. And he got the Master System first, just like he got the NES first. And then I got mine. But those were some of the better times, at least I remember. Was us playing games like this and, you know, swapping carts like we did with all the kids in the neighborhood at the time. I love talking about that. I think growing up, that was one of my better life experiences, was renting games and sharing them with friends, you know, because that was the best alternative to playing stuff if you couldn't rent. And I was talking to Retro Ryan and Retro Brady yesterday. Uh-oh. I'm nude. I was talking to Retro Ryan and Retro Brady yesterday about the experience and the nostalgia that came with renting games, you know, because we didn't have the luxury of being able to look up what's a crummy title and what's not, or what isn't. We had to go with our gut instinct and either hopefully read about it or base it off what friends were saying. In my case, Ryan had asked me if there was ever a game that I bought that was just a shitty title. I never really had that to worry about until I got older and was actually collecting. That's when I encountered a lot of the crummy titles out there. Because everything that I got exposure to was either because I rented it or because a friend of mine had it and I borrowed it from them, or my cousins did. Because we had some other cousins that were gamers too, and they had the titles that we didn't, and vice versa. So we got to swap games with them. And that was the high life for me. Being able to just sit there and be like, yo, did you play the newest, you know, NES game or whatever? Like, those were good times. And when I used to rent, it was from a local place, so games were cheap. And they used to rent out not only the games, but the systems too. So if you wanted to play NES and you didn't have one, you could rent an NES for like $10, I think it was. You could rent NES Advantage for like $5.99 if you wanted to. They also had the Max Pads if you wanted to use one of those. And games were like $1 a piece to rent. And that was how I got my exposure to what stinks and what doesn't. That's cool though, Freak, because one of the things that I like doing is showcasing a lot of either what people don't know about or know about but never had a chance to really experience. So that's cool. I hope that you're enjoying these gameplays then, because one of the things that I talked to BFG about doing was working on a Master System project together, and there's a lot that this system has going for it. There definitely is a lot that it obviously, you know, it fails in some parts, but Master System, had it been advertised properly, I think could have gave the NES a run for its money back in the day. There's just a lot that they did well that NES didn't. But Nintendo is just too much of a household name to really, you know, compete with it. Plus, they're the company that helps save the gaming market in general. So, you know, they have that to add to their belt. But systems like this easily could have given it a good amount of competition. And like I mentioned earlier, Master System was huge in South America. And even until the early 2000s, they were still making games for it. They were still producing systems. And a lot of those are harder to come by nowadays. But that's kind of the reason why I want to try to establish getting some games from another YouTuber, and then, you know, in turn either just paying him for them or helping him to get stuff that is only available in the States. Because if I can get my hands on that Duke Nukem port, you guys are going to have one hell of a ride with that thing. Let me tell you. Yeah, and if you like the NES port, by all means. I will say, though, that this port definitely won me over, won my uncle and I over, just because of everything it was able to do. So this one, I think, is one of those examples where Sega outdid Nintendo, in my opinion. Yup, Castles and Coasters, bro. That was the place back in the 90s. It's kind of taken a hit now. It's still up and running, for sure. but the arcade selection has kind of taken a hit, and yeah, it's not what it used to be, that's for sure, but it's still a fun little place. We also had a place called Fiddlesticks that got turned into Funtastics in Mesa. I've had my birthday there twice as a kid. They used to have an awesome arcade selection. Golfland as well. That's the place in Mesa if you want to go for an uplifted arcade experience, because they were the first ones to have arcades from Japan, and everybody that was into the anime scene and all that at the time, we used to flock there a lot. And the games were super cheap. Castles and Coasters had a section that was all retro arcades, and it was all free play. You just go upstairs and you just hang out up there. They had Michael Jackson's Moonwalker, the original 4-player Turtles cab, the 6-player X-Men cab, everything. And I found myself hanging out there more than downstairs, because after a while I fell out of the arcade scene. I feel like it got oversaturated with too much stuff that I didn't really care for it anymore. And I just wanted to go back to all the good arcade games that I enjoyed as a kid. But definitely, if y'all are in the Phoenix area, or if you pass through or happen to be visiting, check out Castles and Coasters for like a cool little mini amusement park type of feel, because they do have roller coasters still. They have various other rides, and then of course the arcades where it's at for sure. Hey, Megadan, what's up? How are you doing today? Yep, we've got Rampage on Master System playing, not the NES port. And we've been looking at arcade ports of the same names on Master System. We looked at a few 3D games, Zaxxon, Space Harrier 3D. And yeah, we've just been talking about the good old days with FuncoLand and Electronics Boutique and a few of the other places that we all like to visit as kids. Some of which I wish was still in business, because I tell you, if FuncoLand lasted, I would have dropped thousands of dollars in that store alone. Ow! Come on. Aw, I had the building too. Oh! I love how he looks like he's pouting right there. He's like, oh, no fair. That soldier's like, yeah, I got him. A chomp. No, you don't. Yup, they sure did, Shocks. That is a known fact. Nintendo had that vice grip on third-party developers, and yeah, they wanted complete control over what got released. And after talking with Retro Ryan and Retro Brady yesterday, it's kind of fascinating to know, with such a grip that they had on third-party releases, why horrible games like Dash Galaxy and Wayne's World and all these other ones even got made, because the seal of approval was supposed to guarantee that this game was approved by Nintendo and they felt confident in the software. And yet you play some of these titles and you're like, what the hell? What am I even playing? How do I even play this? Why is this game even worth money? And, you know, riding the coattails of that seal of approval, I'm telling you, I sometimes wonder who actually play tested a lot of the games that we deem terrible. Because if somebody was honest about actually having played it and saying, oh yeah, I think this game is 100%, wow, you helped sucker people, in my opinion. Boom. That's cool. Yeah, I definitely want to get that. I know that you're trying to put something uh, as impressive as Duke Nukem 3D on a 8-bit console, but yeah, it's one of those things that when I saw that and got to play it, unfortunately on emulator, I had to have that game. I had to find a way to get it because it's a modern day marvel in my opinion to know that Sega was still trying to put games out like that for a console that died out years ago. I mean, I gotta give them credit, but on the other side of things, I'm like laughing a bit, going, "Why would you do that?" But that's the staying power that Sega had, and I can't blame them for really trying to get the most out of the fan base and what people were willing to buy. I mean, heck, if people are still willing to pay hundreds of bucks for Cheetahman and Action 52 and carts like that, games that we know are buggy and aren't impressive in any way, then who's to blame Sega for wanting to put out games well after its system's initial run? Ow. Ow. Save the hotel for last. I can't tell if that's food or a dust buster. What is that? Oh! I got lightning in the face. Oh, twice! No, come back. Come back. Aww. Yeah, right? Very small print. Yes, the Caltron. Oh my gosh. Talk about a bunch of bootlegs that sell for hundreds. And then, what was the other counterpart to that? There's the Caltron, and there's the Mira something. I forgot what it is. That's even more rare than that, and all it is just a sticker change. Oh, I got shot in the face. Oh yeah, that episode was hilarious. I can't believe they got Macaulay Culkin to be in that, and he was a good sport about being, making fun of himself and the movies and being like a caricature of himself. The dude's got a really good sense of humor. Oh, I was hoping to get him. Yo, Guts Rage, what is up? Oh, Retro Star, you know how glued I was to the TV when Video Power hit? That was a show I woke up every morning for as a kid. And luckily it came on before we had to go to school. It just was up at the crack of dawn. Like, the only people that were up in my household at that point were my grandparents. But my uncle and I, we used to get up early to watch that. And for the life of me, to this day even, I think Johnny Arcade was on some serious crack. Just because the hype he brought to that show. And I sometimes wondered if he actually was a legitimate game player. Because at least with some of the contestants when they were on there, they proved they know some of the games at least. Johnny Arcade, I sometimes wondered, were you just a host and that's it? Because the last time we saw something like that was Starcade, and I know that show went through a few hosts as well, but one of them actually played the arcade games that were on there, so he could make light of any type of conversation while the contestants played and actually talked about them. But Johnny never really did that. He was just like all over the place, all methed out and everything. And I remember watching it and never really thinking much about it, but then I started watching old episodes on YouTube that somebody posted, and I'm like, this guy really likes to touch kids. Maybe that was the crack, I don't know. But man, did he have some enthusiasm. That car looks like the Ecto-1. So I'm getting shot at, even by Ghostbusters. But yeah, did I love that show. And just like every kid, I wanted to run through the mall and just slap all those different games on you. Holy cow. I wouldn't even care if I won the grand prize, which was usually a Neo Geo, or in some cases it was like a bike or a trip or whatever. I'm like, nah, you can keep that. Unless it was the Neo Geo, then hell yeah, I would want to win that. But if it was a trip or a mountain bike, yeah, you keep that. You let me just run through the mall and keep what I pick up. I don't care at that point. I don't even care if I get a flight home. I'll haul all those games and I'll hitchhike, because that right there was the best experience. Just going through the mall and, you know, of course get the secret prize so that you win the Neo Geo. But, yeah, I would have loved to have done that back in the day. I'm sure there was some kind of, like, hefty tax or something like that. They probably had to pay for all that. But, man, the amount of games in that mall and the things you could walk out of, the Genesis console, the freaking Neo Geo if you found the grand prize, box copies of Batman, FESTER'S Quest, all those cool games. In one of my pickups video that I'm still working on, sadly, guys, we've hit a lot of delays with some of the videos we've been working on. I mentioned that briefly, how some of the games I picked up were in Video Power, and for the life of me, I don't know why kids were flocking to get those games. I'm guessing it's because they're in the zone, you know, they don't have time to think. But why you would walk out with multiple copies of a particular game, I don't know. Keep growing, keep growing. There we go. I don't know why you would walk out with 6 copies of Racket Attack, for example, or 4 copies of Bases Loaded. I'd be happy with 1 copy, but if you manage to score multiple copies of Batman, for example, good choice, you know? And it was usually those same types of games, too. You didn't really see, like, Marios or Zeldas or anything like that. It was all these other titles. So maybe they just bought, like, a bunch of copies on, at cost, and we're just like, yeah, we'll just get rid of them this way, and then it's a huge tax write-off at the end. Who knows? Video Power started off as a show. Johnny Arcade was like this young teenager. He was the host of it. Video Power started off first as a combination of an animated cartoon called The Power Team, and the other half were live-action segments where he reviewed tips and tricks for released and upcoming release titles. And he also got to do like mini reviews of consoles and games that were coming out. The original first season was built up with that format. And the Power Team cartoon consisted of characters from Acclaim games. So you had Quirk the Tomato, Max Force from Narc, Kuros from Wizards and Warriors, and Tyrone from Arch Rivals. They rode around in Bigfoot, another Acclaim icon, and they were constantly doing battle with Malkill from Wizards and Warriors, or Mr. Big and his goons from Narc. Then the show changed in Season 2, and it became a game show where Johnny Arcade was the host. He had like this other cool guy that was a co-host who did commentary. And what they would do was they would have trivia on the show where you could stump Johnny, and if you did, you won a prize. You got to be a contestant on the show where you had to play games against other kids, and depending on what the challenge was, like beat their score or who can get the farthest in a game in 30 seconds, that's how you advanced. There was also trivia segments where you had to get points, and eventually it came down to 2 kids in a final gaming competition, and then if you won, you got to do a run through of what's called the mall, where there were all these velcroed games on shelves. You wore this special suit that you could strap video games to, and you had about 30 seconds to run in and out of the mall, grab as many games as you can, and every episode had a secret prize game that you had to find, where if you found it and got out of the mall in time with it, you won the grand prize, which was usually a Neo Geo or a Trip or a mountain bike or something like that. Definitely fun, definitely an adrenaline run for sure, but yeah, I constantly wondered the gaming choices of some of these kids. Like, why would you go and get that when there are plenty of other good games on the walls? And, you know, you could win literal systems that way. You could win a Game Gear. You could win a Game Boy. There were backpacks that were actually filled with games that you could take the whole backpack and take home everything that was in there. And old episodes are actually on YouTube. So if you want to, just YouTube search them, and I'm sure you'll find seasons 1 and 2 of Video Power for sure. It's a total 90s product. When you listen and look, you can get a total 90s vibe from it. So it reflects the time for sure. But a total nostalgia trip for everybody who's ever watched it, heard about it, or you know, never heard about it but are interested in seeing what that had to offer. It's one of those shows that I wish I had been on as a kid, right along with Legends of the Hidden Temple and Masters of the Maze, which was a Fox Family Channel game show. Now, Starcade was the same kind of concept. Starcade came out, I want to say the 70s, early 80s, where adult competitors came on this trivia show. I think it was a trivia show, if I remember right. And they had to play rounds of arcades in their Starcade, quote-unquote. And they had certain point challenges to make. It definitely reflected more on the contestant's skill, being that these were adults and not kids playing these games. And the co-host would kind of throw in random tidbits or jokes or what have you. The show went through a few different co-hosts, like I mentioned. And one of them actually knew a thing or two about arcades and about games, so he would share some information about them. What about what the player was doing and whatnot. So it was a game show aimed at adults who were in the arcade scene, but Video Power was totally meant for kids, just like Nick Arcade was, and a few others for sure. Nice, you guys. If you do check it out, let me know what you think. Whether in the comments section of this stream once I post it. If you follow me on Twitter, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Yeah, I'd love to hear what you guys think if you check it out, those of you who do. Because it was a total rush for me growing up. And once you take a look at the game show portion later on in Season 2, you'll probably see why, considering how many of us are retro players and collectors. Yep, I remember when Super Mario Bros. Super Show was on it. In fact, I have the original launch of the DVDs still, so I'm glad I held on to that. But it was lame to see how fast that show went off of Netflix when it did. A lot of the other ones too, like Zelda and whatnot. I've never seen the Mega Man cartoons on a streaming network, but I'm glad I have those DVDs too, because those are hard to come by nowadays. What's up, Ricardo? How you doing? Oh, my pleasure, freak. Yeah, RetroStar definitely has a good taste in shows, let me tell you that. We've talked before about Video Power on various streams, and also if you haven't checked out her channel, do so, because she's done some very impressive no-death runs, arcade runs. I get a trip anytime she posts a Popeye run, or anything else I remember from both the 8-bit and arcade days. So do yourselves a favor and check her content out as well. You'll definitely enjoy it. Yeah, I think that's what it is, Guts, honestly, because when you see the same games being grabbed by kids, it's like either your choices are terrible, or that's like the epitome of a good game that this show has to offer. But like I said, there are some games that were definitely worth getting, and I rarely saw the kids grab them. Batman was always the one that stuck out to me as a kid because I always wanted it and could never find it in a store, let alone one that was cheap. So whenever I saw that huge bat symbol, I'm like, kid, grab that. For the love of God, get that damn game, you know? And they would run by it, and I'm like, so you want to bring home Bandai Golf over Batman? What the is wrong with you? I used to. Okay, if there was something I would rage quit, it was watching kids run through that mall. That's where I would rage quit. Because watching them grab terrible games, ones that you probably could get for cheap, over the ones that were really good, just, it made me nauseous. Like, what are you doing? It's like, you have no idea how great you have it right now. And you're gonna bring home Tommy Lasorda's baseball. Okay. But I get it, to each their own. Everyone has their own taste, and yeah, maybe that was like the epitome of their good games, but I don't know. At that point, I'd rather bring home a console than bring home a sports title or something to the equivalent of a bad game. Oh, Masters of the Maze? Okay. So Masters of the Maze was an attempt to bring how do I put this? Okay, if you guys remember in Nick Arcade how if your team won, you got to quote go into the video game. That's what Masters of the Maze attempted to do. Only instead of a video game, they called it the game of the future. Because what you had to do was you had to answer trivia questions in pretty much the same format as everything else. And if your team won, after all the trivia questions and whatnot, you got to do what's called a maze run. And it's exactly like it sounds. It's a huge studio with the maze in it. You've got a time limit you have to go through. You wore like this really cool suit, complete with a helmet. And if you're the maze runner, it's your job to get through in and out as fast as possible. Your teammate had a joystick that was kind of like your guiding system. Whenever they pushed a direction, your part of the suit would vibrate and tell you where to go. Because there were segments in the maze where you had to do a blind run, and that's where the helmet comes in. So you had to put down your visor and do a complete blind run of the maze, and your partner would tell you, go left, go right, go forward, go back. And certain parts of your suit would light up and vibrate, telling you where to go. There were still trivia segments in the maze itself. And then it all came down to this part called Maze Mountain after you got out of the maze, where you and your teammate had to work together to shoot these floating targets on monitors. You had the laser on your wrist, and they fired for you. And you had to nail 3 out of the 5 targets, I think. And then if you did that, you won like this grand prize, you and your teammate. And then my favorite part as a kid was if you're the maze runner, you get to, quote, go into the game itself. And it had like this little animated segment where it would show the kid digitize, turn into like this floating sphere, and then he would go into the computer screen and get to, quote, become a part of the game as like an experience or like as an avatar of it. It was a gimmick, and as a kid I fell for that kind of stuff all the time, but I loved it. I thought it was cool the way they implemented that. The show lasted for a couple of seasons, and I think season 2 or 3 is when they changed up the format. They had a different suit and a different visor, different challenges. They changed the maze up a bit. They added like an ice cave where your partner had to navigate you through it without bringing stalactites down on you, and it was really cool. It for what it was a different experience as far as a trivia game, and as far as a game show go, not many people know about it because it wasn't one that was widely recognized. But it's one I would recommend checking out too if you want to see what other quote video game themed game shows that we had. I used to watch it on the Family Channel back when it was the Family Channel, and I think CBS had it for a while too. I don't really remember. But it lasted about 3 different seasons, 2 different co-hosts, and yeah, it was a fun little show to watch in between different programs. I just like the suit, and of course, like Nick Arcade, I loved the whole you get to go in the game kind of thing, even though we know green screen what that is. Still, I mean, as a kid, we didn't really know what that was, and it was just fun to look at. Oh, totally the Zelda cartoon, man. As much as it's hated, I have defended that cartoon for years, and I'm going to tell you why quickly. I get people don't like the whole surfer vibe that they gave Link, but think about this. Up until Ocarina of Time or even Link to the Past, Link never really had a definitive character. He was just the hero. So if they wanted to make it a bit zany and goofy, by all means, do so. Go for it. I didn't find it that annoying growing up. I actually thought it was funny. And I know for a time that's how kids of my age were actually talking. The whole "excuse me" kind of thing. So it really didn't bother me. It does reflect a period in time for me, sure. But I never had an issue with that, only because they never really explained what Link was and who he was about. We only had the first 2 games. So Link could be anything you wanted him to be. The whole, like, silent hero and all that came out later. So now that we have a template to kind of judge who Link could be and maybe should be, I could see why modern fans hate it, but hey, at the time we were lucky to have anything Nintendo or video game related on TV. So I took it as it was, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. And in fact, even though there's only 13 Legend of Zelda episodes, I will still watch those over any of the Super Mario Bros. Super Show cartoons in a heartbeat. Just because when you look at it, the Zelda cartoons are pretty accurate to the source material. Way more than the Mario Brothers cartoon is. And the Mario Brothers cartoons, they're not horrible, but there are a lot of episodes and a lot of ideas that were just dumb, and I couldn't get into them. Granted, I love the Halloween episodes with, you know, Count Cupula and all that stuff. Like, that's cool. I liked that. That was zany. But you get into, like, all these ridiculous themes, like trying to be the Road Warrior, or there was that one where they met that rip-off Indiana Jones guy, Carland, and all these dumb ideas. Like, I think they weren't even trying half the time. It's still a nostalgic watch for me. I do like it still. I think the Mario Brothers 3 cartoon is the best out of all of them that ever came out, because I know a lot of people hated Super Mario Land. But the Super Mario Brothers Super Show cartoon, I think that one is not as good as the Zelda one is, because the Zelda one actually used a lot of its source material and used a lot of the character designs from the games too. So I thought it was cool to see Moblins and Gleeok and Goma and all those cool characters. I thought it was awesome to see those in episodes. Plus, they used a lot of the original sound effects from the game too, which I thought was sick. Yeah, and that's kind of the opinion, Retrostar, is that that's probably the only thing people find annoying was the whole "excuse me" thing. I will say my funniest moment of him doing that is in my favorite episode, the doppelganger one with the two Zeldas, and when there's that part where he saves her and he from falling using the blue ring, and she scolds him for not telling her he was gonna do that, even though it was kind of like a hero's wager at the time. It was just something he did on the fly, and he gets mad and throws his hat down, and he's like super super pissed, and he's just like, "Excuse me," and he just gets mad. I crack up every time I watch that one, because I think that right there is a relatable situation. You try to help someone out as best you can at a moment's notice, and you still get kind of dumped on. I'd be mad too. I would have gotten just as mad as him. But overall, yeah, I highly recommend the Zelda cartoon if you can watch that. Last time I knew, that was also on YouTube as well, but there are some DVD variants out there if you're looking to collect it. I have one of the original prints, which is a blue box multi-disc set, and there's also a compressed set, which I think is 1 or 2 discs, and it comes in like a clear case, and it's got some box art, some generic box art of them on there, and that one's actually cheaper than the multi-disc set. So if you're looking to get those DVDs, those are still easy to find. But who knows, if you're actually looking for those, maybe you might get one in a Zombox. Just throwing that out there. Wink, wink. Yeah, the live action parts were pretty hilarious, especially with all the different guests they had on there. I think Captain Lou and Danny, what was his last name? I don't want to say Trejo because that's not it. But the guys they picked for Mario and Luigi were decent picks. I think the guy who played Luigi definitely nailed that role. Captain Lou was good. I'm really surprised they didn't get him for the movie. But yeah, they had some really funny and cheesy moments. Again, a definite product of the time for sure. Some of those celebrities I did not know though as a kid. I knew who Nicole Eggert was because I watched her on Charles in Charge and, you know, eventually Baywatch. Wink, wink. But some of the other ones, like, I didn't know who they were. Like the real magician guy and all those. Like, I don't even know who this is. But okay, if you want to have them on the show, fine. You know, you had Dracula, for goodness sakes. I mean, that was funny. I don't picture that portrayal of him, but they went with the 1930s look, so what have you. If it works, it works. And you gotta love how everything they had machine-wise was surrounded in Italian food, like the pizza slice phone and stuff like that. I think that was one of the things that got on my nerves, were all the like spaghetti puns and like Italian jokes. And I'm not even Italian, but it was kind of like, okay, you're laying this on a bit too much. But overall, still a good show. Highly recommend The Adventures of Super Mario Bros. 3 because that cartoon did what the Zelda cartoon did. Maybe in some cases even better. With the sound effects, the characters from the game, the storylines, the fact that we actually went to the real worlds of the game. And then, of course, you had the Koopa Kids and everybody. Milli Vanilli was even on that show, if you can believe it or not. So they actually upped the celebrities they got for it. Yep, Moblins, Goma, the laser sword effects. Yeah, I'm telling you, Zelda killed it. Zelda knocked it out of the ballpark with some of that. And that cartoon actually made me feel bad for a lot of the characters. Because there's those quick moments you wonder if Link is actually gonna survive, let alone do what he's gonna do. And then that episode where he was technically dead, but they didn't call it that. That was a funny one. Let's see. Nice, you got the DVDs. Very cool. Yeah, I got mine. I got mine over here. All my game show DVDs and releases. My Mega Man cartoons. I have the Mega Man cartoon special that was only aired in Japan, and they used the original chibi look of Mega Man and Dr. Wily and all that, which was pretty fun. Let's see. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, Guts. It's just not coming to me right now. Also, there was an 80s show called Wizards and Warriors, which was not what I thought it was going to be. And I remember trying to catch that in rerun. And when I did, when I caught it again, I don't even remember how I watched it actually, but I was like, what is this? Where's Kuros? Nothing like the game whatsoever. It was just called Wizards and Warriors. And I hated that. I hated it. I was like, way to play at my fandom there. Yep, all the TV bumpers, the episode bumpers. Every time that we would watch the Super Mario Bros. Super Show, I was always looking forward to the commercial break. And they're like, while we do this, let's take a look at this Friday's Legend of Zelda episode. And then you had the intro, and then it cut to scenes from the episode. And then, of course, it said in the corner, this Friday, because Zelda only came on Fridays. That was one thing I always looked for, though, at the end of the week for sure. But I hated that. I felt like they had a lot going for it with the Zelda cartoon that I wish they made more. Zap. Oh, I thought I was going to get blasted by that. I think she was. I want to say yes, she was, but I don't really remember right off the bat. I know Nicole Eggert was, because man, I had a crush on her as a kid. I'm trying to think what episode it was in that she appeared. That's cool, Josh. I didn't know that. I didn't know they aired it on flights. But yeah, that's the one I have, Wish Upon a Star. That is the exact one I have. Yup, Wizards and Warriors in name only. Ugh, killed me when I saw that. Yeah, this dude that looked like he was supposed to be Bilbo Baggins, and I have no idea. Like, to this day, I still don't even remember what that show was about. But yeah, it totally suckered me when I saw it. And I don't even know how far in the game I am right now. But I can switch it up if you guys want to see a different title. The day any of that stuff becomes public domain, I would love more than anything to stream it, watch it with you guys, and hear your critiques on it, because I love when we have discussions like that. That's why I love the zombie talk segments at the end of the streams when we can, because I love hearing from you guys and sharing memories and hearing your guys' thoughts on stuff that either I know of or don't know of, and you can shed some light on. I love that kind of interactivity. I love how I'm getting shot at from every possible angle. Yup, Fridays with Zelda and Saturdays with Captain N on NBC. One of the only shows I watched on NBC aside from The Chipmunks and Fresh Prince. What's up, G Dicky? How's our friend to the north doing today? We were just reminiscing about Sega Master System titles, And of course, all of the awesome 90s nostalgia we grew up with, game shows, cartoons based off video games, shopping experiences at awesome places like Funkoland, you name it. This is the nostalgia chat for sure today, and I'm loving it, guys. I don't even care I'm doing lousy in this game. I just love hearing from all of you and what you guys remember, experienced, all that. I'm a sucker for stories. When I'm on Retro Ryan and Retro Brady's stream sometimes, everybody thinks I've either left a phone conversation or chat. No, I'm just kicking back listening, because that's the type of person I am. As much as I love to talk, I love listening to what people have to share. You visit practically all the states, Shocks, but certain ports only have certain amount of levels. I just wish I could remember how many there are in this game and where the hell I'm at in it, actually. I mean, if I'm close to completing it, I might as well. But if I've got like a huge way to go and you guys want to see some other Master System titles or even anything else for that matter, because I know somebody threw at me, yo, play FESTER'S Quest or something like that, I'm willing to. I'm just having a good old time talking and, you know, playing this really awesome port. Get up there, Ralph. I keep pushing the jump button hoping he's gonna do the little flaps that he does in the later games, but yeah, that didn't come until like Rampage World Tour, buddy. Run! Don't fall in the water, which you will. Hey, got that building in time. Yeah, Cobra Arcade is where we all hang out at on separate occasions, let alone when there's a convention. That's where a lot of the YouTubers go for sure. But arcades in the heyday in Phoenix, especially where my mom worked, had some of the best selections. And there was this old guy who ran the arcade at my mom's shopping center where she worked at. Really cool old guy. He always memorized everybody who came into the arcade. So even if he hadn't seen you in weeks, he would remember who you were. Just a really cool guy. And on some occasions, he'd hook you up with free tokens if you didn't have any money. So it was like a big kickback spot for us kids. But then we all used to hang out and chat with the owner and talk to him about what games he's got, what games he's going to be coming in. You know, just that's the type of adult that as kids we all hung out with, because he was chill with us. And it's not like, you know, you hear those stories, oh, well, adults hanging out with kids, he's probably, you know, that never happened with this guy. He was too professional and not a pervert to do something like that, but it was just a cool place to hang out because he always got the newest stuff. And even if it wasn't new, he had like a segment in the arcade that was all like what would be considered retro of that day. So he had like the whole Pac-Man and Donkey Kongs available and whatnot. But that was the arcade to be at in Park Central Mall. And I used to spend my days there when I had to go with my mom to work. And yeah, I would hang out in there for hours just playing all the various arcade games that he had. I think he either sold the place or he retired or something, but somebody else took over. This younger guy did, and he was a jerk. He was a jerk to everybody. Unless you were like an adult, he was a jerk to you. He never really hooked us up with free tokens or anything. He just was like, you know, pay or get out kind of mentality, and we're like, alright, screw you, we're leaving. And that arcade was placed in one of the best spots because you could run over across the way to like this cookie shop that they used to have there and get all kinds of snacks there. And then if you walked down the walkway, You could go to where like the Sabaro's pizza joint was. They had like an A&W place that my aunt worked at that sold burgers and hot dogs and floats. There was a nacho place. There was a pretzel place. So everything was in a convenient walking distance. And then if you were like me and you read a lot as a kid, they had a B. Dalton bookstore there. And I used to hang out in there when I didn't want to hang out in the arcade for too long. And that's where I got a majority of my books from. Yep, that's it. That's it, Shocks. Trying to catch up on everything here. I haven't played Double Dragon yet. I played Double Dragon on a previous stream, but I can boot that up if you want to see it. Not a problem for me. Oh yeah, we've all done that, G Dicky. Don't worry. But if that was a steal, yeah, it's that's cool to find that at an actual yard sale, because I was telling everybody early on, not many people had this system at all when we grew up. I think we were honestly the only kids that had one. So I couldn't borrow games from friends, and this was a system that didn't get rented out much at any of the video rentals or even the local one I rented from. Yeah, show us how it's done in FESTER'S Quest. Alright, alright. Let's see. Oh, sweet freak. Yeah, Inhumanoids, man. Oh, you want to talk about a show that pushed the limits for children in the 80s? It was that. I'll admit, those toys, although some of them look cool, a majority of them look kind of dumb, and they are... If you're going to collect Inhumanoids, especially the main three, be careful, because those toys are super, super top heavy. And they don't pose or stand upright really well. The plant-looking Cthulhu one, though, Tendril, that's the best-looking one, in my opinion. And that's hard for me to say, because Decompose is my favorite Inhumanoid. The zombie, like, dragon or dinosaur or whatever you want to call him. He's my favorite of the one. Tendril, I like because he definitely resembles a Cthulhu monster, for sure. He's the best at posing, because he actually is well-balanced. But the other two... definitely are terrible at that. What the heck? Oh, I died in the water. Oops. I think I saw that Laura Legends episode too. She did a good cover of the Inhumanoids. But I have VHS tapes of that cartoon, and holy hell, I'm surprised my mom let me watch that just because of the graphic nature of that show. Especially when you see the people die and become zombies, literally. Like, that was... Man, I never thought a cartoon outside of something in an anime would ever show that. So, Freak brought up a really good one, guys. If you like horror and you want to check out some 80s cartoons, I recommend looking up anything you can on the Inhumanoids show and toy line, because both were pretty impressive. They have a Detroit Coney Island in downtown Phoenix. I was like, well... Is that Coney Island place still open? Because last time I was there, it was gone, bro. And I used to eat there, too. I used to get their chili. Because they actually made it without beans. And I hate beans. I used to get lunch from there all the time. So if they're up and at it again, or they're closed for sure. I mean, if they're open, I'd love to check it out once I'm back in Phoenix again. But last time I checked, they were gone, sadly. A lot of the really good places in downtown Phoenix are closing up. Damn, 25 bucks, G? Oh, I'm not trying to pour salt in the wound, but yeah, that would have been cool if you snatched that up. Do you remember what games came with it, by any chance? Oh, that's cool, Guts. I definitely would have traded games with you if you lived in my area or if I lived in yours as a kid. Because we were desperate to try and find people that had a Master System. And this is probably one of the times in my collecting years where we had to take a guess on whether the game was going to be good. And as some of you may know, the box art for some of these games are just so generic that it's hard to even do that. So you had to look at the screenshots and hope that this was a game worth picking up. I would say that Gargoyles pushed the limits as far as Disney cartoons go. A lot of the more adult-oriented cartoons you got in the 80s, like Inhumanoids or even RoboCop, pushed the boundaries of what cartoons were allowing to be on air and the content that you got to see. Even G.I. Joe and Transformers pushed the limits of what a kid's cartoon was able to do with certain character deaths, enemy portrayals, character portrayals, storylines even. So a lot of that started with the 80s. Now Gargoyles, I feel, pushed the limits as a Disney cartoon because, as we all know, at the time, Disney was going through the Renaissance period. So a lot of the films were starting to come out with better animation, a bit darker in storyline, like Beauty and the Beast was dark, for sure. But Gargoyles pushed the edge with Disney because they started having serious content in their episodes. They dealt with concepts like death, betrayal, things like that. And then, of course, you had that awesome score that accompanied the episodes. So there was a lot that show was doing that a lot of Disney products were either kind of like just scratching the surface of, or didn't really go to the limits that Gargoyles did. So Gargoyles, for sure, I would say, is one of the darker cartoons of the 90s, but not as dark as some of the stuff that came out in the 80s. Gargoyles is a show that I would definitely put on a top 10 cartoon, let alone top 10 show overall, just because of the epic storytelling. And, you know, like I said, it dealt with loss and betrayal and all kinds of stuff. You know, that we were starting to go through that period of not, and I said this on Retro Brady's stream yesterday, going through that period of not dumbing things down for children. Sort of like the movie The Never-Ending Story, which, as a kid, you don't realize how deep it is until you watch it. And this was something that Retro Ryan had said last night. You don't watch some of these things as a kid and realize that a lot of it is deeper than what they're intending. And then when you go back and see it as a kid, you're like, oh my God, did they actually say and do that? And it makes you think, you know, is it the naivety of being a child, or, you know, why didn't we actually see this before? And, you know, you realize that as you get older, for sure. But I think there were a lot of shows and movies like that weren't afraid to throw things like that in our faces as children and to actually deal with them in ways that make sense. And then eventually you get to those as adults or as teenagers, and you see that with Buffy the Vampire Slayer and, you know, shows like that where you kind of expect it, and even they can sometimes like shock value you. So there's a good mixture of movies and shows that do that. Gargoyles is one of them. But I would highly recommend looking at 80s nostalgia for that, because they were the ones to kind of get the show going as far as that goes. Yes, Gargoyles is very well acted and very well written. I will say, for me, when we get to the Goliath Chronicles episodes, it starts to take a hit for me. Because there were some parts, like the Avalon Saga, I think that took way too damn long to get to that. And I felt like it was losing itself in its own story at that point. Funny how parts of the Star Trek Next Generation cast are on that show, but it was cool to see them come together for that show and portray these different types of characters that go against who they were known for in Star Trek. Like you had Jonathan Frakes as Xanatos. He's the bad guy for once. You had oh, I died for sure. Marina Sirtis, how do you say her last name? That was Counselor Troy. She's on as Demona, and she's a villain. You had Brent Spiner, who played Puck later on in the stories. So yeah, it was cool to see how many cool actors they got for it. Hell, even the main gargoyles themselves, Keith David, was the guy that played Hudson? What's his name? Ed Asner. So many good voice talents, like outside of the cartoon and inside it for sure. So that was a really good roster that they had. Keywords had when growing up. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit too yesterday. The sort of approach that some people get when they start getting older and they start to think, do I really want to keep this stuff now that I'm getting older? Do I is this phase in my life kind of over with, so to say, that transition from, being a kid to adulthood and all that? A lot of what I own nowadays has been preserved from my childhood, and I told Ryan and I told Brady, I said, I realized that I was getting older, but I always believe that getting older doesn't mean I have to give up something. It doesn't mean that I have to get rid of things that made me happy, things that hold nostalgia, like this stuff. So if I'm going to get older numerically and mentality wise, fine, so be it. But just because I get older doesn't mean I have to get rid of the things that brought joy in my life, Because as adults, we keep the things that bring us joy, don't we? Why does that have to change just because my numeric value goes up? Or because it's expected of me to get rid of this stuff, to grow up. Growing up doesn't mean you have to kill your adolescence. Growing up doesn't mean you have to get rid of the things that you valued as a child. Not in any sense of the way. It just means taking on newer responsibilities. Does not mean that I have to get rid of all this just because, I'm a teenager, I'm an adult, I'm a father now. No, not at all. Doesn't mean any of that. So here I am moving into my college dorm, and I'm hauling literally all this crap with me. And my mom's like, you ought to just get rid of all this shit so you don't have to take it everywhere with you. And I'm like, well, if I did that, then I might as well get rid of who I am, because gaming is a part of what I do. Gaming and preservation, that's a part of who I am. So you want me to kill my identity simply because you felt you had to, or because society did that on a whole and they want me to conform and do what they're doing. Not gonna happen. Especially when you sink so much of your allowance into stuff like this. Why would I want to get rid of it, right? Anyway, that's my personal rant right there. Oh, before I put the cart away here, take a look. See, the creator signed the cart, and then of course the box art right there. So I have to get another copy, but I'm happy with just having this as it is. Like Darkwing Duck, that's a good comparison. Yes, Maxim, you are so right. Welcome to the stream, by the way. And yes, that is probably his best voice acting, if not one of the best, because that blew me away when we watched the first episode on HBO, and I'm like, I know that voice. Sure enough, Keith David. Really, really good shit. Nice, Guts. Very cool. Not a bad point, Lit. Not a bad point. Yes, he is, Shocks. Totally agree. Yeah, see, I'm glad that you all kind of share that opinion, because I think that is what's missing nowadays, in especially today. Besides the whole pandemic thing, it blows my mind to see how many people remember this stuff, or have told me, man, you're lucky you held on to that. I wish um, I had kept my Nintendo, or I had kept my Genesis and all that. And then a couple days later, I show up with one, for them ready to use. They get their own zombie box or zombox, and I'm like, here, you want to thank me? Don't give me any money. Don't paint my house or anything like that. Live it up. Go back to your childhood. Go back to those times, those moments you had as a kid when you used to play the hell out of Sonic and just have a good time. That's how you can pay me back. And then when they're like telling me, "Oh, dude, guess what I started doing? I bought some Sega Genesis games off of Craigslist." And I'm like, "There you go. That is how you can pay me back, my friend. Enjoy it. Don't let what social stigma says and give up on all that stuff, because if this little box made you happy, then go for it. Why get rid of that? I never understood that growing up. Why would you want to get rid of something that makes you happy, especially at a time when you probably could use a little bit of that? um at times when I've been down, I know that some of my games have kind of helped, pull me out of that for a bit. And that's why I'm grateful I held on to them. Hell, when I got to college, the first year I met everyone because I was kicking back in my dorm playing Mario 3. Everybody had Xbox, everybody had PS2, and I had PS2 as well. Don't get me wrong. I had my then current gaming stuff, but people were wanting to come over and wanting to revisit the retro, and that's when I knew for sure that retro hadn't died. It's just something came along and took its place. And at that point, I was meeting people who were telling me those exact stories. Man, I used to play Zelda all the time. Or I remember when I got my Super Nintendo for Christmas, and then I'm like, well, what happened to it? What'd you do with it? Sold it. And you can kind of hear in their voice like it was almost something they were kind of forced to do or felt like they had to do. It wasn't as, yeah, I had to sell it to, make a car payment or something like that. Um, Nowadays, things we probably would do, but back then you could kind of tell that they had to sell it because they were getting older, so to say. I'm getting older and I ain't selling this shit anytime soon, let me tell you that. If Lil Zombie doesn't even become a gamer, if we have more kids down the road and none of them are gamers, if I live long enough to have grandkids, and even if none of them are gamers, I'm still holding on to this stuff. I'm not getting rid of it simply because I have a number attached to my lifespan and people feel that I need to. You know, there are things that other people need to do and they don't do it. They don't get their shit together, so to say. Why should I be forced to do what they want me to do? It's just the way I look at it. Oh, jeez. I'm not gonna touch that one. Yep, exactly. There's so many different ways that you can approach being a collector and a preservationist, so to say, and that's just one of them. I've never let anybody force me into getting rid of my games and systems simply because they felt I should or I had to. I'm not about that. If I get rid of a game or a system, it's because I choose to do it, not because society says I have to. Like, I'm not about that life. Because if I was, I never would have been a gamer. And the way that I look at it, guys, uh, if being a gamer was an embarrassment to my mom or my family, I'm not going to keep being a gamer because it embarrasses them. I'm going to be a gamer because despite how they feel about it, it's what makes me happy. It's who I'm happy to be, you know? And nowadays, being a gamer is widely more acceptable than what it was back in the day, I can tell you that. Just like how being in an anime is widely acceptable nowadays than it was back then. So this is just another aspect of who I am that I'm just glad I can share with people. And that's really what it comes down to. It's not just for me, it's for others who either were into this as well, or never had an opportunity to, or did and just they felt like they had to give it up. You know, I'm all about bringing back the nostalgia feels, totally. And part of what I've enjoyed with making the friends that I've had over the years is meeting the ones that used to be a part of this scene, and whether they were heavy gamers like me or casual gamers, doesn't matter because we all have that in common. I'd rather have a good old chat about Mario Brother 2 than say the stocks or religion or politics. You start talking about that stuff, then you better have a trash bag nearby so I can vomit. Because if I wanted to enjoy myself, I'm not going to bring up the topics that depress people nowadays. The topics that cause legitimate friendships to end or cause fights among friends and family. I'm not about that. I'd rather have a talk about how a boy and his blob pisses you off more than, you know, the state of the world right now, because we already know what the state of the world is. It's never going to change. You can just come up with a new pandemic or something else and people will be right back where they were. So why bother? You might as well enjoy what makes you happy, especially at this time, and just live it up. Not saying ignore the real problems of the world or ignore your, you know, responsibilities as an adult. I'm just saying learn to find the good things in it. The good past times or even the present times. And you know, in a sort of way, that's kind of what motivated me to do Zomboxes, because for all of you in the retro playing scene and collecting scene, I would love more than anything to help y'all out with either trying to find games from your past, trying to find games in your present that you can't find, or just anything you just really seem to enjoy and just you can't look for it, you can't find it for some reason. I'm all about bringing back those good memories and those good feelings, and also if they help create new ones, even better. Because things that make us happy should be able to do that at any point in time. You played with G.I. Joes as a kid and loved it, you would love to own a G.I. Joe, and you get one sent to you and it does that for you. It's time and effort and money well spent, in my opinion. Whether it's a gift for me or not, I think we all need to take the time to have that, to kind of rekindle that. You know, happiness is not an age restriction. So I wish society would kind of quit putting that out there. You know, we don't have to kill the innocence of kids, nor should we kill what made us happy as kids, let alone as adults now. That's why I'll gladly pick up an NES controller when I'm down and have a good time that way. Kill everyone. How many of you guys have been in arguments like that as a kid when you're playing with a friend or whomever and you're like, we don't have to kill everything? I can think of a couple where I had that for sure. Probably one of the more recent times was when I was playing uh, the Gears series with my then roommate, and I'm like, can we just run? You know, we don't have to kill everything we see, especially when they're busy killing you. You know, but I've had my fair share of moments like that. Dramatic pose. Huh. Yes, I did, Guts. I did say G.I. Joes. Because I used to play and collect those as a kid myself. Whoa. Oh, I should have lured him toward the dynamite. Darn it. Yo, where are you going? I love the little fluttering his feet do when he walks. I actually made these sprites jump kicking. I made both Billy and Jimmy doing that. I turned them into fridge magnets. And when I used this metal candy tray, I used to have them both jump kicking out of separate corners. And some people were like, hey, I know this game. Some people were like, oh, that's cute, or that's cool. I'm like, yeah, you don't have to say much. I'm all trying to kick him, and then he just backs up and jump kicks me in the face. It's kind of weird how your punch has more of a reach than your kick does. Yeah, that's pretty much it, Lit. The hit detection in this game is, it's not as good as the NES one, really. But the high point for anybody that plays this game, this version, is the multiplayer aspect. Oh, shoot. I was hoping it would blow up. It'll blow up when I get it. Oh no, they got all colors, RetroStar. But it is kind of like I'm over here trying to go, okay, which ethnicity are you supposed to be? 'Cause there's many ways this can go. This Bimmy is a bitch. I will say that I like his sprite more than the NES version, at least the first Double Dragon, mainly because they gave him a skin tone and some shadow, so his sprite has a bit more depth, in my opinion, but I will say I like the way they looked in Double Dragon 2 for sure. Jump kick war. Ah, come on. Gonna come down here or what? I'll just do that then. Nope. Nope. Yo, idiots after games! What's up? The realest Italians in this stream. How y'all doing today? think William is stuck over there. He won't come out of the corner. He's like, nope, I'm hanging out here. So are you Chinese or Japanese? I'm from Laos. So are you Chinese or Japanese? Such an awesome show. Let's just bring the whole party over here. Blue, blue, blue. Gotta love that Sega box right there. I wonder what's in it exactly. Is it a Master System? Is it a video games? Alright, here comes Jeff. Just a palette swap of me. He'll actually... Oh, he won't. That's weird. I thought he actually jumps down. Oh, yeah, he does. Yep, he got me. Alright, you want to go toe-to-toe? We'll go toe-to-toe. Come on. You've just been Sega'd. Yeah, the music does take a hit, for sure. Whoa! And unfortunately, you can't block the knives like you can in the NES one. So he'll be back with another one. I think they're a bit easier to dodge, though, in this version. I could be wrong. Gotta love the fact that I can jump kick backwards. Wow, he threw the dynamite, too. Yep, Green and Bobos. They're in this version, too. Oh, that's a classic episode, Guts. I don't know you. Bobby's self-defense class. Yep, sure do remember Bobo's Big Adventure. I wish I had a chance to play that for longer, too. The computer I had it on fried and I never got it back. Yeah, that's true. You don't have to level up, Edwin. I think, honestly, that's what sold us when it came to getting this game, was the fact that it was multiplayer, the main campaign, and we didn't have to level up. Because we got this version first, and then I got the NES port after. And my uncle and I played the hell out of this. The only time I didn't like playing him, or playing with him, is when we got to the end. Because he would love to beat the heck out of me. And he'd be like, well, here, you can even get the bat. I'll even let you get the bat. And didn't matter. And the one or two times I get Marion, and he's like, oh, well, you know, my hand slipped or something like that. I'm like, just accept I won for once, legitimately. Yep, when everybody's ambushing you, just start jump kicking like mad. Give me the bat. Ah! Great. Now I'm gonna have to wait for him to get it. Come on. There we go. much for that. I'm like, give me that. Oh, we keep exchanging hits over the bat, and then we're just like, forget it. And then I'm like, nope. Yeah, that ending part always makes people fight. Like, yo, I want the girl this time. What's up, Cookie Man? Oh, he threw me. Come on. Get over there. In you go. Come on. You gonna jump over? Of course you're not. Uh-oh. Let the ambushing begin. Huh. If I had done it right, I could have did the spin kick and knocked him in there. That's okay. Whoa. Ah. And the whip went into the lake. Gotta love that too. We sent Linda with her whip. Ah. Bloop. Bloop. Oh, no problem, Shocks. Thanks for being here. Appreciate the like and the really cool chat. Hope to catch you next time. Hey, Retro Stew. Welcome to the stream, pal. Yeah, we were just talking about the ups and downs of every 8-bit port of this game. I mean, the NES one has some things that go for it for sure. The hit detection is a hell of a lot better. I've always liked this port because of the 2-player aspect, and this was the first port we actually got of Double Dragon. But I do like the NES one too for different reasons. I even have the 7800 port of this, and yeah, it's kind of like bravo Atari for trying, you know. The 2600 port, holy cow! I don't even know why they attempted it, but kudos for trying, I guess. I have the Genesis port as well. I've got my Super Double Dragon, of course. And I have those Shadow Falls games, which, ugh. If it wasn't for the fact that I liked the cartoon, I probably never would have even picked those up. But, can't recommend those ones for sure. I even have the Game Gear port of Double Dragon. Surprisingly, the Lynx port of this game is pretty good. And then I streamed the Game Boy port not too long ago as well. I would love to own the GBA one, but it's too expensive. Ow. Ow. Quit making me lose the rock. Williams is being stubborn. He doesn't want to come up here. There we go. There should be another Abobo. There he is. Yeah, the Double Dragon port on Lynx is pretty damn good. I'm really surprised how good it is, considering the Lynx didn't have a very impressive library at the time. It's got its share of good games, but I think the Double Dragon one is probably the reason why I would even own a Lynx outside of just nostalgia and preservation. Hey, Jeff. He's knocking him the wrong way. Okay, come on. Oh, come on. That should have sent him flying. Don't tell me that you can't get knocked down there, because you can. Should be another Jeff here. Oh, there's Williams. Okay. Come on. Uh-oh. They got me. Got you. Ow. He was floating on air. Did you see that? Uh-oh. Here comes Hulk Bobo. Or Hulk Bobo, whatever you want to call him. There he is. I used to worry as a kid that he would like climb up there or jump up. Like, nope, he's too big. He'll just stay down there. I really need to make a replica of him, let alone all the other Bobos, and just put them on my fridge. Or make like a little standee version. If I was to make myself an Abobo, I'd probably be more like Bolo with the hair. Danny Trejo style. Just because. I wouldn't go for the Double Dragon cartoon yet. Yep, exactly. Oh, whoops. I didn't even know there was a new guy that came over here. No, every Abobo has to have a lackey. I did like the Double Dragon cartoon. I felt like with the first episode especially, they were trying to capture the game, and then they took it into a whole other like story, and parts of the game were still there, but we didn't have any of the iconic characters for very long. Like, we didn't have Williams, we didn't have Chintai, we didn't have Linda, we didn't have Roper or Lopar or whatever you call him, because he's got like 2 or 3 different names. We had a Bobo, we had Willie, and that was it. Very short-lived, and I was pretty bummed about that, because I'm like, well, where's the rest of the Shadow gang? But I still liked it for what it was. I thought making Marion a cop was kind of interesting too. What's up, Wrestling with Games? Yeah, we've been having a bit of zombie talk in between games, mostly because we've had some really cool topics that I kind of wanted to just focus on more than the game I was playing itself. So it's been fun. It's been cool. Yeah, it only has 2 seasons, and that's about it. You're probably wondering why I'm doing this, and I'll explain in a little bit. Oh! 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 If it works, we'll see. There we go. So, Double Dragon in this port... Ow! I got stabbed in the chest. This game is very forgiving up until this last mission. And the reason why I did what I did for 2 reasons. One, I'm trying to keep up with the chat because I'm having fun talking to you guys about Double Dragon, let alone in general. Also, the 20 or so spin kicks that I did is actually a way to get continues on this stage. Double Dragon lets you have infinite continues up until this mission. And normally what I would do on any other playthrough is, depending upon what my life counter is when I get here, I'll either kill myself till I get to 2 again, right up until I'm fighting the Green Abobo from the last stage, and that way I can start off with 2 lives. Oops, fell off right there. Because whatever you go into this mission with, whether it's 1, 2, or 0, that's all you have to use in this mission. Once you're here, that's it. They don't give you infinite continues anymore. And while this port is a bit more forgiving than the NES one, if you've never played through this or never gotten to this part, it's actually a good practice for what you're about to go through, because the enemy gauntlet is still there, don't get me wrong, and there's still a bit of a challenge to it. For sure, if I was to take this playthrough way more seriously, I'd be way more quiet, and I'd be focusing on like every little precise hit that I'm doing, and also the distance that I travel within a screen, because at this part in the game, everybody ambushes you. You sidestep just a little bit more, this Abobo becomes 3 in an instant. So you want to try to avoid being ambushed in this segment, because you're definitely going to need every life you can keep against Willy. Willy is way less forgiving in this port than he is in the NES one, because although his machine gun is easy to dodge, that bullet hits you, you're instantly dead. You're not getting up. And Willy is a bit harder to hit in this game, so a lot of the times I'll focus on getting rid of the minions first as much as I can, and then I'll go to attacking him. At least in the NES port, you can use your normal maneuvers on him. In this one, you really can't. So trying to keep that distance between you and Willy when you fight him is crucial. Also, because if he kicks you down, he won't let you get up. He'll constantly kick you over and over again until you die. He's really ruthless in this version. So as you see right there, if I had kept going forward, we would have had the 2 Abobos come through the walls, and then the one on the left. Not to mention that we have Williams with weapons here, and he stabbed a Bobo, as you saw. So right there, that'd have been the end of it. But doing the 30 spin kicks, for some reason, is a trick that gets you the ability to continue on here. And the only reason I'm doing that is just so I can show you the end part without having to have one of those moments where I'm like, okay, I can't talk to you guys right now. I gotta focus. Like, I mean, that's cool if you got to, but I've been enjoying our conversations today a lot. So, and I've been trying to keep up with the chat as best as possible. But I have every intention at some point of doing a recording of this and doing it legitimately anyway. I've done it legitimately, so the ending is definitely worth it in my opinion, as opposed to many other NES games or Master System games. But yeah, this part right here takes a lot of freaking patience and persistence. You really have to know your distance between you and your punches as opposed to kicks, because you get more of a reach. And with this AI, you have a excuse me, what's the word I'm looking for? You have an advantage of being able to lure them the way that you want. So that's another thing when you do a playthrough of this that you'll definitely want to utilize. See, I'm able to get a Bobo to back off while I'm hitting him because I'm moving down at the same time. I could do the same thing moving up. It all just depends on your play style. I usually do this because when I get too close to here, it keeps me focused enough that I don't go overboard, and then I can also go to moving back up too. So I'm using both directions as an advantage here. And see, I started attacking a Bobo too early, and now he's got me in the lock there. Which some of these characters do have. If they, oops, if they get you on a lock like that, you'll die for sure. I'm surprised that a Bobo didn't throw me a third time, honestly. And that's what Willie will do if he knocks you down with a kick. He will constantly kick you. And if you can break away, awesome. But then that's when he switches to the machine gun. So you'll have to dodge a bullet as soon as you get up, if he even lets you. Oh, that's a good game too, Ricardo. I actually have Cyborg Hunter loose, but my card is so damaged that it works like 50% of the time. I'll give it a quick playthrough though, for sure. What's up, Art Fisher? Welcome to the stream, bro. Retro Ryan, I thought I saw you pop in here. You know what? That is my favorite song by the Cranberries before I even took the name Zombie. I've always liked that song. I actually play that on my bass because I like the riff a lot. Alright, so here we've got a bunch of the normal level goons. But like I said, they're going to swarm. So they're going to do everything they can to double team me, or in this case, triple team me. I messed up by not keeping Jeff trapped on that wall. But when you get to this section, you can actually keep a majority of enemies up there while you focus on them over here. So using walls to block your opponents is a definite advantage as well. And the only reason I'm concerned about Jeff is because Jeff can do all the moves I can since he's a palette swap. So he's more of a threat than any of these other guys are. See, I just did one of my favorite moves in the series, and it's so hard to pull it off that if I can, I'm lucky, and I take advantage of it. But most of the time, I don't even do the hair pull and throw. Another thing, too, if you can group them up against the wall like this, just have at it. This is where I would normally do the spin kicks in clusters like that, because you can hit them all. But even the spin kick isn't as reliable as any of the other moves that we've seen in any of the NES Double Dragons. I think those are a few of the down points for this game is hit detection, maneuverability, because we don't get access to a lot of the cool moves that we do in the NES that we have to level up for. And even if you can pull them off, they're tricky to do. Oh, here comes Willie. Now watch. You're going to see how cheap he is. Okay, there goes a gun. I'm going to let him shoot me so you can see what I'm talking about. Oh, stupid Jeff killed me first. Okay. See? Instant kill. Instant. There's no, like... At least when he goes crazy in the NES port, you have a chance to dodge. Not this one. So you have to constantly run around while he's taking pot shots at you. But if you can utilize the whole, you know, get them to follow you technique, he's easy. You just got to get him in a good spot and hope that you don't hit Jeff. And see, there's that loop I was talking about where he constantly kicks you. It is the weaker of his attacks. But if he locks you, you're not getting up. So you definitely want to do everything you can to get out of that. Willie will have about 2, maybe 3 Jeffs with him. So what you want to do, if you want to focus on them, there's a point where they stop jumping down the wall. So you can fight them as long as you want and get rid of them that way so that it's only you and Willie. If you keep him off screen, obviously you can't, you know, he can't shoot at you. You can hear him firing, but unless you see that bullet go, you don't have to worry about it. And this is where, yep, see, now he's back on screen. If you can get him on the wall. Okay, let's see, is that the last Jeff? Yep, last Jeff. So I killed all the ones he normally would have. Okay, now we gotta focus on him. And you want to be a little bit cautious about how often you hit him. Because if you're gonna use this whole hit and run method, you want to make sure that you keep enough distance between you. Oh, that's another attack of his. Is he hits you with the gun. And clearly, jump kicking him is what you'd want to do out of desperation, not so much your main offensive maneuver. So you just keep maneuvering him. Now he's a lot faster than the other guys are, so you want to keep that in mind whenever you lure him like that. And remember, he will resort to firing the gun only if you're a far enough distance. If you're close enough, he'll try to kick you or beat you with the gun. Or if the AI just decides, hey, I want to be a jerk and I'll shoot at you at close range. And right there, you saw how when I punched him, he actually started backing away. That's another thing if you can get them to do with one hit. More power to you. I think Willie is the only one that really does that. There we go. Oh, I didn't get the cool jump kick in. Do do do. Oh, Lit, are you talking about the Holosseum? Oh, very cool, Dr. Josh. No problem. My pleasure. Thanks for being here. Glad you can make it. See, at least in this ending, he actually gets Marion, and she actually goes up to him and kisses him, and you can sort of see where his hands kind of like... you know, like he's waiting for us to look away so he can have his moment. So... it's actually, like, this is actually more of a touching ending than the NES one is. I have to give it that. And then, of course, when you... there you go. I have always loved this theme music. So that's Double Dragon. Alright, now... Ricardo, it was you that asked about Cyborg Hunter, right? Let me go get that cart. Ugh. I really have to reorganize this area. I keep... Oh no, those are my Game Gears. I keep messing stuff up. This one? Yep. Golden Axe. Or, Cyborg Hunter. Ugh. I'm trying to remember if they made Cyborg Hunter for Genesis. I don't think they did. But I know there's more than one ways to play this game. And like I said earlier, I'm going to apologize now if this cart doesn't work. This is one of my carts that isn't in the best shape, and I've pretty much done everything I can to restore it. No underwear on this one. Oh, totally, Ryan. Shoot. I have plans today about 7, 8 o'clock my time. So if we can find time to do that either before, definitely. If not, tomorrow would work too as well. So, yeah. Alright, let's see if we can get Cyborg Hunter to work. This is another good game that fell under the radar only because of the system it's on. But I like to look at this game as a Terminator-esque game done right. In fact, I feel like they could have made this a Terminator game if they had converted it a bit more. Up. Up. Ow. Go. Ah, the elevator always confused me. There we go. Go. He kind of looks like Master Chief, doesn't he? Somebody approaching. I don't know if any of you guys ever watched Classic Gaming Room before Mark decided not to do the channel anymore. But he did a review of this game, which was pretty funny. And he also did a box art comparison. No, shut the door. Okay, now. Oh, wait. Does that elevator only go up there? Anyway, he did a quick review of this game, and then he did this comparison box art video where he compared this box art to the Mario All-Stars release on the Wii. And he had me cracking up with the whole Cyborg Hunter has a cool guy in body armor shooting a Silverhawk in the chest with a laser beam. I don't know why I found that hilarious. Yeah, it totally is. Yeah, I think so, Jody. I mean, you could tell he had fun doing it, and anytime that he had a new episode, I was right there to watch with it too. I really wish I had picked up some of the original memorabilia. There we go. This elevator control always messes me up. But yeah, I loved Classic Game Room. I really wanted to send a game or two to their channel for review. I just never got around to it. I used to love when he would rage quit on some items. I'm gonna die soon. Those were some of the best moments. Yep, died right there. Oh, cool. I didn't know that. I'll have to look for that interview. I didn't know he did that. Yeah, I've been a fan of his channel for a long time. Oops, sorry guys. We're going to have a bit of a lag here. Love when I can't type. Okay, cool. As long as it's not lagging. Anytime I get that warning signal, I'm always like, oh my gosh. Oh, peace out, Retro Stew. Thanks for being here today. Ah. Check that out. We got some of those headphones from Dr. Dre here. The Beats. I hate jumping over this. Get it. They're like pirates. Yar. Yeah, probably. Probably. I think that's all the rooms. Oops. Oh yeah, that's right, because I can only go to the second floor here. Bam. Dude. Did I not pick that up? Or what? Okay, nope. So... death? That's cool, Ricardo. I'm trying to get a lot of my games CIB for practically any system I collect for, but in Master System's case, I'm lucky enough if I can even find a title I don't own already. That's one of the things that I mentioned early on in the stream was you really have to want to collect for this system because it's so hard to find a lot of these games, let alone find them at good prices. And then if you add the CIB element to it, whether you collect loose or not, I mean, that's always going to play a factor. But for someone like me that wants them complete, yeah, it's tough. If it's on Master System, it probably would have been a game that came out way later. But as far as the complete NES or complete North American release is concerned, no. As far as I'm aware of, it wasn't ever ported to Master System. But I'm sure if they ported, you know, Aladdin and a few other games to Master System in South America, there's probably a port of that on the Brazilian Master System than on the North American one. Okay. I couldn't tell if I have the shield, let alone I activated it. So I don't know what's going on with that. This is a game I'd have to really look at. Nope, that's a bomb. This is a game I'd really have to look at the manual for certain controls and whatnot. So what do you do if you're trapped there and you can't... Death. Wow. So once you're in that room, you need to make sure you have the shield. If not, you're screwed, apparently. Because it wouldn't let me get out of there. And that's all my continues. Okay. Once I get a better feel for the controls for this one again, I'll probably stream it. I'll probably stream it with much more seriousness than what I'm doing right now. I honestly haven't touched this cart since the last time I got it up and running. And even that was a milestone because the chip on this is so bad that I have it for collection, but I definitely want to upgrade to a box copy for sure. Vash, if you're still in here, if you still want me to run FESTER'S Quest, let me know. Ugh, a little stiff. Okay, I'm just gonna push that a bit aside there. For sure, especially the ones that we've looked at today, for sure R-Type, for sure Rampage. Afterburner is kind of hit and miss, only because if you don't play it, no reason to own it on Master System. You could always get the Genesis port of that and still have the same arcade experience. For a little bit of variety, I would recommend the Ninja on Master System. It's a game that I have owned before, but I don't anymore. It's got similar elements to Ninja Gaiden in it, but it's not a Ninja Gaiden port or clone. It's got a completely different storyline and a different main ninja in general. But it's a fun game. I played the hell out of that as a kid. Would recommend that one for sure. Let's see. Trying to think what other... Oh. Here's one I would recommend. If you like games like Onimusha and similar titles, that's Kenseiden, which is a samurai-based game. You have to go from province to province in Japan, clearing out all the different Japanese demons and monsters that inhabit each world, and then you've got boss monster fights that give you skill upgrades. This is definitely a must-have for Master System, and it's a game that's starting to go up in price. So if you want to collect it, just be on the lookout for deals out there. It's kind of a sleeper hit in that not many people talked about it, but it started to go up as far as recognition goes. So this is a really good game. Highly recommend that one. And for other titles, Alex Kidd in Shinobi World is a cool little mashup game. That's my favorite out of the Alex Kidd series if you want to own any of those. It is a pricey title. All Alex Kidd games are. But Shinobi World is definitely going to be more expensive because it's the most popular. Take Alex Kidd and put him into the Shinobi game, and that's practically what you get. out of that. If you're looking for a light phaser gun, which is their equivalent of the Zapper, highly recommend Wanted if you like Wild Gunman or the Wild West. Would recommend Gangster Town if you like Hogan's Alley. Um, there's a couple of other light phaser games. Rescue Mission is one of them. If you like military games, that one you kind of have to have somebody control the mine cart that you're in, and then somebody can shoot with the zapper. That was a pretty fun game. Operation Wolf is a very good port if you can get it. Let's see. I would recommend Ghost House for kind of like a little Halloween horror kitty kind of explorative game. It gives me the kind of Goonies vibe when you play it. Deals with a kid who has to get his inheritance back from Dracula. It's kind of like a kid-friendly Castlevania, so to say. It's got a pretty basic layout as far as Master System goes, but it's got a good mix of color, music, controls. It does get harder as you get closer to the end of the game. Fighting Dracula becomes just as cheap as fighting Dracula in Castlevania in general. But it's a fun Master System game, and it's also not a cartridge. It's actually a game card, like TurboGrafx 16 games are. And it's one that isn't too expensive right now, but I have seen ridiculous prices on it, so just be cautious of that. Let's see. Rambo First Blood. If you like Akari Warriors, and don't be ashamed if you do, because at one point I loved Akari Warriors 2, as a matter of fact. Rambo is kind of like a Akari Warriors clone. It's actually a reprint, or not reprint. It's actually a repainting of another Japanese game, but it's made to look like Rambo and his partner Zane, who I don't think was in any of the movies. But it's a reskin. That's what I was looking for, of a previous Japanese game. Really fun, a lot easier to play than Akari Warriors, and if you like Rambo, I mean, it's a win for sure. Let's see. Any of the other ports that we've kind of looked at today, I mean, that's up to you. If you like Space Harrier, definitely. Afterburner, definitely. I would recommend the Genesis ports of Golden Axe and Alter Beast, unfortunately, just because those are easier to play and figure out than the Master System ports. But for collection, I mean, I think they're good overall. And I guess as for any other choices, it just comes down basically to the genre. Master System has a lot of good shooters, for example. Phantasy Star is a cute 'em up, for example, but I like playing it. Galaxy Force is a really cool shooter from the back end perspective, kind of like Star Fox. R-Type for sure. Astro Warrior is a fun little shoot 'em up, vertical shooter, but it does get a little bit repetitive because there's only 3 stages and then it kind of recycles. But it's a fun game, not too expensive. It's usually a pack-in cart with hang-on. And then from then on, if you want to look at games that have NES and Master System ports, California Games is on Master System. Operation Wolf, I suggested that one on the Master System as well. Shinobi is a good port. If you haven't seen that, check out Captain Algebra's No Death playthrough that he did not too long ago. That's a good one. Double Dragon, I would recommend it only if you're a Double Dragon fan. We've already seen the kind of pluses and minuses with that game. But if you like it, go for it. If you don't, then it's okay. You can pass up on that if you want to. I would recommend it just because I'm a Double Dragon fan. And I know there's some games that I would want that that I could put on the list. I'm just trying to think of them all. It's got a very small library compared to NES and Super Nintendo and Genesis by far. It's only got like 100 and something games to it. BFG covered that in his latest video. Again, I recommend checking that out if you want to look at some of the harder to find titles that he picked up to complete his collection. But there's quite a variety out there that you can look into. I mean, if I really gave it some thought, I probably could come up with a top 10 Master System list. But if we're not going to follow that type of format, there's a lot of these that I could recommend for sure. I just thought of Rambo 3. If you like light phaser or zapper guns, there's one of Rambo 3 that I would recommend for fun. Oh man, that's tough, Ricardo. That is really tough. Hey, what's up, Eugenius? How you doing? Writing when you started. Okay, yeah, no problem. We tend to usually go for quite a long time on my streams. Love no signal on the NES. How's the Master System port? Yes, Kung Fu Kid is a pretty good game. I have that on my Master System Portable, or PlayPal as they're called. That's a game that I want, that is pretty fun to play too. It's I guess you could say it's kind of like Kung Fu without any pun on the name, but it's a good one. Mad Dog McCree. Nice. Operation Wolf for $5. That's probably as much as I would pay for a loose card of Operation Wolf. Yeah, Zillion is a good game. You definitely have to get used to it. I didn't do so hot when I streamed last time, but now that I remember the mechanics of that game, I probably could give that a serious playthrough. Yep, Astro Warrior is a cheap shooter. Wonder Boy, yes. Yes, Wonder Boy. I would definitely recommend that one for sure, because that's not only the original game, as you pointed out, Ricardo. I do like that one more than Adventure Island, and Happy Console Gamer was the first YouTuber I watched who really praised the hell out of Wonder Boy. And he's done some really good videos, but that was one of the earlier ones I remember catching and just enjoying his cover of the Wonder Boy series because he's so passionate about it. Your wonderful epic Sunday streams. Thanks, Bash. I really do want to go back to trying to stream on the times that I have, but there's just a lot going on with work right now that I don't always know when I'm going to get called in, even after my shift is over. So maybe once that calms down, I'll try to stream more often. And you all know how I feel about streaming when other people we watch are doing it too. So that kind of makes it harder for me. I would say in some regards, Eugene, that Wonder Boy is a bit tougher than Adventure Island. He does move better than Master Higgins. He's a bit easier to control, and I think a bit faster when it comes to running, but that's also what makes it harder to dodge certain things. I don't remember if the game is longer by any sense of the word, but I've had more frustrating moments with Wonder Boy than I have Adventure Island. That's for sure. Both are really good, don't get me wrong. But I would choose Wonder Boy over Adventure Island. Vash, was that you that asked about FESTER'S Quest, by the way? Because if it was, and you were serious, I might have some time to attempt a playthrough of this. I might. Not guaranteeing anything, but totally. Oh, I will, Edwin. I will. In fact, I need to find the bag that I have of all the different adapters and test all those, because if I have an extra one that works, I'll totally send it your way. It really does depend on the system, Freak, because with trying to get an adapter for imports, it's easier to get a Famicom adapter than it is for most systems. I know that with the Dreamcast and a few others, you can just straight mod the system and not even have to worry about it. But if you're like me and you don't want to mod anything, there are some system adapters depending on what you're looking for. The NES one is always the easiest and the cheapest one to find for sure. Have to add it to ye old RetroPie. If you want, Eugene, I can play a little bit of Wonder Boy so you can see what the game's all about. Show me how it's done. Oh my gosh, what did I get myself into? All right, let me go ahead and get that set up then. Moving that there. Also, you'll see this in an upcoming pickups video, but if you like the movie, this isn't a bad port as well. This is Alien 3. This, I don't recall if this is a UK exclusive or not. I don't think it is. But this plays just like the Game Gear version of Alien 3 does. So that's a pretty cool Master System port as well. Gonna move the Master System. Ooh, I'm sidestepping. I gotta move all these carts out of the way. This is a stack I've still been working on ever since that live pickups stream I did. I'm still working on cleaning those things. I can't believe how bad they are. It fascinates me. I mean, in this whole restoration line of work, you really shouldn't be surprised about some of the things you'll have to clean and deal with, but man, oh man. There are some that I'm blown away by the fact that I have to take that much time and effort to really restore. Do. I need to bring my adapter over so that I can avoid having to do this. Ugh. Go. Ah. How did I get shocked? Ah. I played for an hour. Oh, that's nice. That's totally nice, Ricardo. I have multiple pairs of glasses too, but I think they've all gone out, honestly. Yep. If you snap the pins, you can also do that with an NES too. The lockout chip, I think, is all you need to clip off. But see, I'm that type of purist, I don't really want to. So I buy adapters, honestly. Oh, it helps if I have it plugged in. What the heck plug is that? The heck's going on here? Ugh. I may have to consider where I buy my adapters from because this one's been kind of giving me trouble lately. But what do I expect? Ugh. There we go. Never told us how much to pay for the... Oh! Trying to think. How much did I pay for that? I think it was 120, maybe 140. I'll have to look again. But basically it came down to like every game was maybe $2 or a little bit over. Something like that. Okay. Somebody streaming that I don't know about. Do. Uh-oh. I'm getting that error message again with delay. So if you guys are experiencing lag, let me know. I keep forgetting I can't change my settings when it wants me to. Man, this game brings back so many different memories for so many different reasons. Okay. Yeah, that is kind of true. I also have the Hyperkin adapter that I got off eBay for like 15 bucks. That one's pretty reliable too. Okay, I'm gonna go get a drink and run to the restroom real quick, guys. I will be right back. Yep. Not what I wanted to do. Alright, be right back, guys. Bleep. Alright, sorry guys. We're also figuring out lunch plans for us. Bloop. Oh yay, I got a warning. Thanks, Spy Hunter. What's up, Yo Mega? Aw, no worries, Vash. I stepped away for a bit. Alright. So I know that this game is not well liked, but it is one of my favorites because it is a Sunsoft title, and I'm a huge fan of the Addams Family. So maybe I'm blinded by fandom, who knows? But let's give it a whirl. Shall we? Ooh, you guys are talking about modding. Nice. Ooh, excuse me. I swear. Every carbonated beverage does this. I'm actually having one of those Dr. Pepper cream soda hybrids. Good stuff. I am doing very well, Yo Mega. Enjoying my day off, doing some streaming, of course. Loving it. Alright. Wow. It is really bad on my TV right now. I apologize if it doesn't look as good on your guys' viewing screens, but on my TV it is kind of choppy. I'm not going to deny that. Ugh. The frogs. The frogs are the worst in this game. I think right up there with the aliens that shoot the little bugs that slow you down. Sweet, got my key. Whoa. Of course, the whip upgrade is useless because I don't have it yet. Yeah, those nasty little bugs right there. What's up? Ew, it's widescreen. There we go. Thanks, Pugsley. Uh-oh. Frog horde. See, this is where they're the least forgiving because those frogs suck. Thanks, Wednesday. Definitely want to get rid of this gun as quickly as possible. Sweet. So normally I would either keep this gun or I try to go with the more powered up one. But in the sewer part right now, it's going to be tough just to maneuver with any of these. So hopefully I won't run into too much trouble. But this definitely gives you the most coverage, that's for sure. Oh, totally has. Oh, I didn't even notice that stupid rat got me. Making sure there's no other... Go up there. There we go. Ah. So this is where you got to be cautious about which guns you've got, because whoa. Uh-oh. Oh, man. Can't go any further because I don't want to lose my guns. Anytime you get a downgrade of any sort, it sucks. Believe me. Oh gosh, rival turf. I would love to own that game simply because of the box art. I can't risk going forward and losing a gun. Oh, and these guys are the worst here. Ugh. I have played Mach Rider. I actually own it. Oh, I would play as Fester in a Blaster Master game for sure. I mean, that's pretty much what this is a palette swap of Blaster Master in many ways. The frog is one of the boss monsters, and it's definitely got the usual Sunsoft sound effects. I want this gun to go away because then I have good bridge coverage. There we go. There's a gun. Darn it. I think Mach Rider was more of a Mad Max game than the Mad Max game was, in all honesty. Uh-oh. Clear the board. Yes. So you just got to get the right angle when it comes to the weapons. Once you have that, this part isn't too bad. But you really have to know your gun and the hitbox that it has, for sure. Oh, I think this is how I... There we go. Man, these toads are frogs. Let's see. Oh, you're the fire breathers. Nice. Should be... I think this is Morticia. Oh, it's Thing. Cool. Okay, that's an enemy base. I think I'm supposed to get the whip from Morticia before I leave this area. I think so. Oh! Damn! Lousy frog. Oh, man. Alright. But, on the plus side, I keep everything. Alright, let's get back to the sewer then. Yeah, this gun is actually useful. This is the best one you can get, and that's not to say that you can't use the other guns to your advantage, but a souped up gun definitely helps with crowd control and eventually the bosses once I get to them. See, that's the one thing that a lot of people need to give this game credit for. Yeah, it is tough because at the start, you do get 2 hitboxes, and then that's it. You have to start over. But at least you get to keep everything. It's not like a game that tosses you back into the fray, and then you have to go and get it all back. It's actually pretty forgiving in that aspect. So we'll grab a key and let's get back to the sewer. Now thankfully I have quite a bit of my inventory left, so we just gotta plow right through all of this. Yo, Bill! How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. Guys, give a special hello to my buddy Bill Blackstar there. Bill and I met when we worked at the same company, and he was like not only one of the coolest guys working there, but when I was a supervisor, he was actually on my team. Dude is a phenomenal guitar player and has quite an awesome selection of music. Really cool guy. I miss hanging out with you, man. I miss working with you too. He did an awesome coverage of his trip to Cambodia, which, where he highlighted a lot of the really nice places to visit and some of the places to eat at and whatnot. So if you're interested in that, check out his channel. Bill's yeah, he's actually in the stream. Bill Ashley says hi.
We miss karaoke.
I know. I'm not as dedicated at karaoke as you are, bro, but it was fun when we went. It was funny because we actually drove by Shooters the other day. I know. I so missed that, believe me. Alright, come on, gun, go away. Boom, ba-dum. Okay. Come on, clear a path, clear a path. Come on, Fester, let's go. Alright. Oh, man, there's a gun minimizer in there. Shoot. I have to leave all that behind. Down I go. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Let's run, let's run. Shoot. I don't have the whip anyway. Once you do get the whip, though, from Morticia, and you get that thing souped up to a Castlevania Flame Whip, it's freaking brutal. It's pretty powerful for a weapon that only gets 4 upgrades. Yeah, Cambodia. That was really cool. I enjoyed watching you highlight that whole trip, because it made me want to visit there, and God only knows if I'll ever be able to afford that one day. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Shoot, that is where I went, right? I don't even remember if I did go through that manhole, didn't I? Okay. Yep. I'm actually trying to watch my own playthrough to be like, is this where I went? Alright, let's get back to it. I'm trying to run from these stupid fire-spitting toads. Those are the worst out of all of them, I think. The other ones can be killed easily, but not that one. Oh wait, I already got the potions from Thing. That's right. I never left, I piped down. Nice. Alright, let's go get... I'm trying to remember if I'm supposed to get the whip first. Dude! Uh-oh. Ah! That's where the hot dog stand was. Okay. Uh-oh. Not good, not good, not good. Because they're gonna keep spawning. Ugh. Them manholes. But I love them. As one of the stupid things I did as a kid once, I've actually been down manholes and hung out in a sewer for a bit. Okay, come on now. Let's see, is it the vice grips that will make me better? Nope. Or wait, there it goes. I hope it did. Yep. Oh my gosh. Die. Okay, so we're coming up on our first boss fight here. And if you've never played any of FESTER'S Quest, some of these boss designs might be a little bit weird. But I love them because they're so out of place. And this one especially, I feel like he should be on a, I feel like some of these guys should be on metal covers. Oh. Okay, that's that. One of these is a wall that has an energy block in it. Really? There it is. Ooh, that was bad. What was that? Okay, so now we've got 3 hit boxes. I could go get my energy refilled, but then I have to do... Oh wait, no I don't. I'm all like, I gotta go do it again. No, I don't. Alright, let's go get... That is if these stupid frogs don't kill me first. Ugh. Wait till I get the rockets from Pugsley. Those things are so helpful. Alright. I have like 58 bucks. Hot dog me, my friend. Let's go. Alright, now we're back to it. Have I ever played Tunnel Runner? I own it, bro. I have Tunnel Runner on 2600 complete in box, and that's awesome. You know that game. Uh oh, I just saw the Rage Bros. What's up, what's up, what's up? They're so chewy. Oh, don't worry guys, if I get to the last boss, I'll show you a way that makes that super, super easy. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that once that boss fight starts, you have to run to the right immediately. You can't afford to give him any opportunity to shoot. If you do, I recommend using the invisibility potion before you go in there, if you have to. If not, you can just run to a corner and he can't hit you. His cannons won't reach. But I know what you're saying. That boss fight is pretty cheap, especially if you go in there without a full inventory and you don't have like the rockets or even potions for that matter. Alright. Is it this sewer or is it the other one? Ah. Enemies make me nervous. And there's a fire-breathing frog. Great. See, these guys, not a problem. It's those annoying a-holes that... And as you saw, I have to use my vice grips if you get burnt. Ooh, new house. Okay, is this Morticia? Oh, invisibility potions. Thanks, thing. Sweet. I think Morticia, I actually get to her house at the dock, now that I remember. At least that's where... Yeah, because Thing gives you a lot of weapons, and so does... I think Wednesday or Pugsley. Wait, what? Oh, I missed the arcade of Tunnel. Man, I haven't even seen that in useful. Never mind. Don't say that, guys. Wait, what did Freak say? Oh. No Pennywise. Nah, Pennywise is scared of me. I scare Pennywise more than he scares me. Oh, you dumb frogs. Go away, please. Oh, I got a downgrade. Not what I wanted. Ugh. Great. Now I gotta get another gun. I still have an advantage with this bullet coverage, but the straightforward gun was obviously the best choice. But see, if you angle yourself the right way, you still get complete tunnel coverage. You just gotta figure out where that spot is. And I think that right there is a programming flaw for sure. Maybe they felt that was gonna add to the difficulty, I don't know. But I think that they really should have reconsidered how they did, uh-oh. How they covered the bullets, the spread of it. Now, hopefully, these guys will drop... What the... Yo! Oh, man. That was not cool. Of course, I forgot how easy he was to kill, so I just wasted TNT for no reason. Oh, sure, I gladly would accept a gun downgrade. Come on. I really wanted a full gun before this first boss fight. Especially when I'm down energy bars. Alright, let's see if I can do this. This is gonna take a... Alright. I'm gonna have to really watch this boss fight. His range is, for a very low level boss, is insane. So... Alright. I gotta say, though, this is one of the coolest boss themes ever. Alright, here we go. Ow! Ow! Oh! Oh, he got me right before I could get to the potion. Damn. Reminds me of Dungeons of Daggeroth. Nice. Alright. Oh! Man. I tried to get to my potions too. I should have had those equipped before I even went into the boss fight. Damn it. Alright. No worries. We'll get that back. We'll get that back. I really hate the fact that they start you right there on his crotch. And they're like, oh, by the way, move. See, this is the only reason this game is that tedious, honestly. Just because it starts you at the very, very beginning. But like I've highlighted, you get to keep your inventory. So that's pretty fair, I think. Especially when you go through all the trouble of powering up all your weapons and collecting everything. I think that's very, very forgiving in my opinion. And if you guys remember the commercial, they actually say that in the commercial. They're like, oh, well, if you die, you have to start all the way over. It's almost kind of like they're egging you on to play the game. Like, oh, you think you're badass? Play this. But guess what? If you die, you have to start over. Hey, everybody's got their niche, man. Come on. I want my full gun upgrades, so that's why I'm farming. Of course, if all they're gonna do is hand me red guns, that kind of stinks. Really, guys? Come on. Alright, well, maybe I'll get lucky and find it in the sewer again. Oh, I should have got more vice scripts from Wednesday. Darn it. Oh, it's all good. I don't want you guys. I want the blobs. Where are they? The ones that actually drop useful stuff. There we go. Bam! Got it back. Seriously, guys, if you have any resentment towards this game, remember that when you play it. At least you can start with everything that you had prior to dying. I can't stress that enough. The game may be tough because you can only take so many hits at first, but if you get the hang of how your gun works, whichever one you have, and then the boss fights, it's really not that difficult. That boss fight music is probably my favorite on this soundtrack. And somebody did a metal cover of it, if you can believe that. And the metal cover is so good. I actually have both of those on my workout playlist just because of how cool they sound. What's a big deal for sure, Omega? Yeah, that's really the key, guys. Again, I gotta remember, is it Nick or Andy or both of you that are on with the name? But yeah, that's really the key, is just a little bit of patience and precision with this one. It is very forgiving than most people think it is. As for it being easier than Blaster Master, that one I'll leave up to your guys' perspective on, because I think Blaster Master is easier, but I have more experience with that one than I do FESTER'S Quest. This definitely was a game that once I completed it, shelved. I was done losing my hair at that point over it. Yeah, and I know that is a deterrent, having to start over. Oh, no problem, Eugene. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. I hope you give it a try too later. And yes, enjoy your dinner. I should be eating something right now too before D&D, but I always feel bad about eating while I'm streaming. I mean, I could off camera, but then I also would feel weird about that a little bit. As long as you guys were cool with me doing that, because I don't want to kill a stream just because I have to eat. That be an oven timer. Yeah, TNT is helpful for getting out of a tight spot, but the missiles that I think you get from Pugsley are way better, because they actually can lock on to enemies and to bosses. Come on, Mr. Hoppity. Wait, what was this? Is this, oh, this was Sting with the potions, I think. Yep, backtracking. And for the most part, this game is pretty linear. Once you leave a new area, like once you fully explore an area, then it's time to, you know, move on. And the game is pretty good about telling you that. The only time it becomes really, really troublesome is when you're in the mazes. Yeah, I do too, Yomega, but the problem is that I have a fast metabolism, so even if I eat a big breakfast before I stream like I normally do, I'll go through that in like 20-30 minutes, almost as if I didn't eat. It's insane. I wish I could mold my physique that fast. Let me tell you. Hang on, guys. I'll be right back. Ugh. Is it okay? Okay, just making sure. Oh, did you decide on what you would like to consume in mass quantities? 10 cool points, or 1,000 cool points if you know who I'm talking like when I say consumption of mass quantities. Zombie makes sense? Really? This soundtrack is pretty cool too. Or this song. But yeah, that boss fight, that is so freaking wicked. Oh look, I killed him early. Nice. No, because I pretty much stand on my position when it comes to that, but because you don't want to have anything that is from any of those places, I'm leaving that up to you. Here's your turn. Yeah, but I don't want to order something that you won't eat from, because then that defeats the purpose. You know?
Well, all I've said is no burgers and no pizza.
Heartbreak. Well,
I mean, we can get a place that has burgers or pizza as long as they have something other than burgers.
well, see, that's the problem. If I do, you need to find something that you can get at the same time. Because honestly, guys, I could live off Whataburger and pizza for the rest of my life.
The Whataburger has chicken.
My body would hate me, but I could do it. Alright, let's get to this boss fight. Well. Alright. Let's not die this time. Yeah. Ow. Not a good place. Ow. I did it again. That's how we do it. Yes, it is, guys. It is a Conehead reference. Nice. I think I'm going to send a free NES game out to you guys just for knowing that. Very cool. Alright. Now, let's get... There we go. I forgot you have to egg the boss on, similar to how I was doing with Double Dragon. But there's the first boss. They will get tougher, believe me. That one aptly named McWimple. Or McWimpy, one of the two. Compared to the other ones, yeah, he is the easiest. And if you guys think that one is tough, wait till I get to, if I get to the other ones. Because there's this really metal-looking boss that I like his design. And his maneuvers are really cool. Like, when you see him, you'd think he came from, like, a Slayer or a Iron Maiden or probably even a Megadeth album. His name is Thunder... Mr. Thunderhead or something like that. He's got a goofy name, but man, does he look awesome. And he was the boss that gave me the most trouble as a kid. Uh-oh. Are you serious? Oh, great. They're all spawning there. Oh! Ass? Freaking jerk? So we're gonna start seeing more of the alien enemies at this point. We've got these side hoppers here, and then we've got... there's like these... I don't want to say they're tanks, but like they're these giant-sized, like arachnid kind of creatures that they shoot fire from. Their midsections. Those are a pain. I need to find out where the hot dog place is. I wonder why they gave Fester hot dogs of all things. See, here's that patience thing again, I'm telling you. Sunsoft. Sun Club, or is it Sun Swift? Yeah, I think it's Sunsoft. You gotta love it when a company advertises itself in its own game. Good stuff. Whoa! Uh-oh. Getting a little too close. There we go.
Alright, Romano's macaroni grill, what do you want?
What do they got there?
Pasta, lasagna, steak and potatoes. Whoa, don't get the steak and potatoes, it's $27.
Yikes!
Chicken scallopini, grilled salmon, shrimp portofino, shrimp pasta, braised lamb shanks, chicken parmesan, chicken masala, create your own pasta, spaghetti, spagooter, we have crispy Brussels sprouts.
Man, why are they all fire frogs?
Calamari, toasted cheese ravioli. Ooh, Capri salad.
I thought you were gonna say Capri Sun, and I'm like, am I gonna spend $50 on a Capri Sun? Alright, what's coming up here?
Or Village Inn.
Zombies never die. No, we do on occasion. Just gotta know the right way to kill us. Who doesn't like processed meat?
Lobster ravioli.
Against turbo settings, but this is one of the few games that I can make an exception. Yeah, I'm not about to get arthritis over this. So, alright, fair enough.
Do you want to look at it?
Huh?
Do you want to look at the menu? Or?
Let me take a quick gander.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I could get the...
Kind of expensive.
No surprise.
Maybe not surprised. Something that's not swimming in gravy.
Considering... Never mind. I guess I'll get this.
You guess?
I guess.
You don't seem happy about it.
They don't even have pizza. What the hell kind of Italian place is this?
Do you want Village Inn?
Huh?
Do you want Village Inn?
No, because you want pasta. I might as well get pasta.
Well, you said you told me to pick, and then
I know. I was kind of hoping you weren't going to get something that's one-sided, but okay. I'll deal.
you said you would eat anything. That's why I asked you what you wanted to eat.
Family squabbles, you love them, especially when it comes to dinner time.
Come on.
Get the pasta!
Are you sure you want Village Inn instead?
I don't even care at this point now. Just get it.
Are you sure?
Yes, and if it's terrible, I'm gonna rub it in your face later.
Like
Why'd you make
literally?
Yes! I'm just gonna be like... like a bad Three Stooges short.
Alright, so you want the chicken parm.
Yes, I'll get the chicken
You
parm.
could get the pollo fries.
Why? Because it's pollo?
No.
Such an ass when it comes to stuff like that.
Or an ass.
Hey, I admit it though.
You don't want the shrimp pasta?
Nope. Shrimp pasta, which normally is good, is never filling because they give you less shrimp. That's how they keep it relatively cheap, and that's how they keep from hurting their bank.
The trio. Chicken parm, lasagna, and fettuccine.
I don't like Alfredo though.
I'll eat.
Oh my. I'm trying to stream. Let's not mention eating my Alfredo, please.
In front of the children.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I am trying to keep a little bit of professionalism here.
Please salad.
What am I even shooting at?
I don't know.
Like, I'm hearing all these things dying, and I'm like, what am I even killing? Whoa!
It's gonna get you.
See, some support I have, right, guys? Man. Let's see if I can use TNT if I need to. I'm hoping it doesn't respawn, but I'm sure it does. Okay, just make a run for it. Go away, gun. We always get the most expensive crap on Marsh Cord. Uh-oh. Ow. Thank you for that. It's true, though. It's true. I'm glad I'm not wrong on that department. As American as that food is, I'm really shocked at that. Oh. Actually, I think I'm going the wrong way now that I think about it. Or am I? Because I think that's Morticia's house, and I have to go through the sewer to get there. Oh no, wait. This sewer to that one, and then I think that's how I get to the bridge. Okay. Sorry, I have to retrain myself in the ways of FESTER'S quest. If I remember right, I think that's how they kind of clue you in as to the right way when all the more difficult enemies show up. Ah. Gotta keep them from spawning. Come on, go away, gun, go away, gun. Thank you. That frog took a hit out of me. I think it was the frog. There we go. And then that one there. Yes! There we go. Gives you a whip. There we go. Now, it is kind of weak right now, but believe me, once I get this, like, Belmont level... I'm sure this is pissing him off, too. We'll go back to the gun now. Ugh. I don't even think I can shoot through that. Yeah, look at that. Ugh. Ugh. So now I can start collecting my whip power-ups. And get that thing on fire.
Yeah. But it literally said
Did I just power down my gun?
free delivery, daily deal.
Power down my gun.
So, this is posted. So, delivery's not free anymore apparently because it's 5 o'clock. So, yeah, I don't know.
Hi, Kyle.
So we're not getting that anymore. So we have to figure out something.
An Italian place that doesn't have pizza and doesn't do free delivery after 5 p.m.
Apparently, well, it's just the. I'll be right back. It's just the.
I know. It's the stupid app.
It's the app, yeah. It's Postmates, and they said free delivery. It's a daily deal. It had like a bunch of restaurants with deals, and then it was like, no, your delivery is gonna be $6, which it's already expensive, so no. So we're gonna do something else.
See, this is why it is hard to feed a starving zombie, guys.
Well, I'm not gonna have you pay $6 for delivery just so I can have costs.
Alright, let's see if I can get that. Nice! Got the whip upgrade. Now I just need to power up my gun. What about... Oh no, that's a pizza place. I was gonna say oregano's.
I think they have pasta.
Look 'em up. Alright, can I get that whip upgrade? Bam! Alright, now check this out. Belmont style flame whip. Bam! Instant kill. Telling you, this whip is so freaking good. But unfortunately, you don't want to use this on a lot of the bosses. And as you can see, I can actually get items with it, which is cool. But you run the risk of getting the ones that you don't want. Yo, Captain, what's up? How you doing? I was just talking about your no-death shinobi run earlier. Really impressive, man. I'm so glad that you tore through that game. And you managed to lure him into the wall like that. Because I went back and actually tested it, but I died. And I was like, okay, well, at least you know you can do it.
They have pasta, but none of them are not red sauces.
And you want a red sauce pasta?
I wanted a garlic sauce pasta.
A garlic sauce.
Or a creamy, like a lemon butter.
Sorry, I had to make fun of that a bit. Well, where else can you get that? Oh, man. Come
I'm mostly
on.
just looking at what has free delivery.
So that's the whole basis?
Yes, because fuck paying for delivery.
I know, I'd rather give the people that are actually doing the delivery.
Oh, hey, look, Romano's is on DoorDash for free delivery.
What?
Postmates.
So that means I have to risk not even getting my food just to get DoorDash or just to get free delivery. Sorry guys, I have an issue with DoorDash lately. Just recently I placed an order with them and the dude never showed up.
Oh yeah, it's happened before.
Yeah, it has happened before. Guys never showed up, claimed they dropped our food off, never even made it to our door. And we've had to file complaints, and just recently I had one. During your guys' stream, Rage Quits, just the other day actually. I'm not blaming you, but I was watching you and Intrigue Gaming at the same time. And I ordered, I think it was Carl's Jr. through DoorDash, and they completely abandoned my food. I was so pissed.
Yeah, they said they delivered it, but they never did.
Is that Mrs. Zombie talking?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Why'd you look at me like?
Well, I didn't know what you wanted to do. Is it? Are you? I don't know.
I don't know. That's the side one.
The side one?
That's the side bitch.
Oh, you're... Let the record show she called herself the side bitch, not me. I did not say that. I am denying it,
Yeah,
but
right.
I did not say that.
Yeah, right. Like you can get any better than that.
Okay, is that like a backhanded compliment?
No.
'Cause I'm
No.
confused
I just
now.
know for sure there is 100%. Nobody else in the world that would do for you what I do.
AKA put up with me.
So did you want, if we got DoorDash, would you want to do Romano's still? Or?
What were the other options besides that?
I said Village Inn.
Okay. What,
But I mean, I can look for other stuff. I'm just trying to make a decision.
I know. I honestly thought you were sold on oregano's, and I was like, sweet, I can get pizza.
Okay.
Okay,
But
if you
oregano's
want it...
kind of expensive.
Yeah, I know it is.
Sauce is also on here. It's a $2 delivery. It's not that
That's not that bad. But I can't get full with them.
Also, Mama Louise's is on here. They're good.
I've never had them.
Mama Louise's?
I don't think I have. Alright, figure it out. Spend my money. That's what you do.
But Mama Louise's does not have pizza. They just have other Italian.
Nice.
Pasta.
Nice. Okay. Well, figure out where you want to go with, honestly. I'll risk it. But heaven forbid if they
They have a chicken parmesan.
if they screw me on this one. Cause yeah, I'm not too happy about DoorDash.
Okay, well, let me look back on Postmates.
Alright. Hopefully I found the right door. Nope. Nope.
Los Bertos. Los Bertos. Jalapenos.
Uh-oh.
And tortillas.
Ow!
Local restaurants. Grandma Tony's Pizza. Panini's Chicago-style sandwiches. Sauce.
Ow!
These all have a delivery charge. I try to get free delivery because we pay fees anyway.
Yeah.
And you have to tip the driver anyway.
Well, you don't have to.
Well, I mean, you kind of
It's
do.
recommended, but you don't
If you don't
necessarily
wanna be an
have to.
asshole.
because I tipped that guy and he made off with my food.
When I could easily get in the car and get it, but I don't want to put on pants.
I know.
And I don't want to go anywhere.
My goodness, woman. Ow. Isn't this a awesome music sample? Oh, shoot! I almost died. Ow!
DoorDash definitely has more of a selection.
Seriously! Get off me, bro! Man, I wasted 3 or 4 potions doing that. Uh-oh. I did not want to do that. Bam. I probably should have used the whip on him now that I think about it, because I think he's actually one of the bosses you can kill with the whip easily. I know, and I have that card. What a crummy time for this to happen, too. I was all set for that all-you-can-eat shrimp fest. I had a gift card. I was ready to rock that. Man. What is that noise?
I think it's the game. Okay, so we can either risk DoorDash or
Yes! Gun upgrade.
get
Woot!
really
We'll risk DoorDash. We'll risk DoorDash. Against my better judgment.
or Los Bertos. Whatever that is.
Wait, didn't I just come from here? Yeah, I did.
Maybe since it's not past time for the gate. No, the gate is closed now.
Yep, gate is closed.
But people probably coming in and out for
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to remember if I have to go up this stairway or not. Oh, great. Those guys are back. I really want to refill my potions after that. They better bring your food this time.
No freaking kidding.
Not a bad point, G. Dicky, because that's exactly... Ugh. Okay, I get it. We live in an apartment complex, and the last thing you want to do is have to haul food over to go, you know, to an apartment. I get it. But out of respect for that, we tip pretty damn well for anybody that has to make the hike. Even I do.
We live on that 3rd floor, that's why.
Yes.
I think people see that and they are like, fuck that, I'm not going all the way up to the 3rd floor.
Right.
Drop items off.
But the thing is, that's what you're paid to do.
But we're supposed to be doing the whole social distancing
Yep.
thing, and-
Social distancing. Mm-hmm.
And so, like, I can't go
Yes.
meet you.
Missiles. Yeah, but
I'll tip you more to bring it and put it at my table.
but the thing is, bottom line, you are paid to do this. Is that not what you agreed to sign up to do? That is why
To hike everywhere.
that is why we tip you well. Because I get it. We don't even want to make the hike up 3 stories half the time. But we have to because that's where we live. So that's why whenever anybody delivers to us, we tip them like minimum 15 to anywhere to 20% or what have you. Because we know it's a pain to have to walk here. But that's if our gate is closed because we keep the gates open for a certain duration.
Yeah, our apartment complex is gated.
And we let the drivers know ahead of time, if the gate is closed, here's where you can park, and here's where we're located in the complex. So we do try to make it easy for them.
Because if the gate's open, they can park.
Yeah,
right
they
freaking
can
there.
park right behind us.
It's not hard. All you have to do is climb the stairs at that point.
Yep.
But if the gate's closed, then you have to park outside and walk.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So we do try to provide alternatives. Thank you, Captain. I totally agree. Thank you very much.
But
Captain Algebra says, it doesn't matter. If you're in an apartment, they need to deliver your food. That's exactly what they are paid to do.
I think that's the reason, though. They get here, they accept the delivery, they get here, and then they're like, fuck that. Yes, I completed the delivery, and then they just take off.
Yeah, but it's not like not like they're sitting there going, "Hey, I can't find you. Is there any way you can like?"
No, they just mark the delivery as complete.
And take off with our food, and then you've got an angry zombie who has to wait another damn hour.
Then we have to contact DoorDash customer support, and they have to refund us.
If you get a refund.
I'm sure it goes on there. I'm sure it goes on the driver's.
See, this is why you don't want to do that when you have my metabolism. Because then you just starve. You just keep starving. Alright, this maze, I think...
So it's been ordered.
Okay.
So hopefully it arrives.
Yes, hopefully it arrives. Hopefully. Otherwise, I'm boycotting this company, and I'll file, like, a formal complaint. Because it's not like we just order petty little things here and there. We drop serious cash for this.
Yeah, we usually do.
Like, seriously, our food bill is usually about $30, if not more. It all depends on...
Pretty much always more.
Is it more than $30? Okay.
But unless we get, like, McDonald's.
Yeah. So, like, let's say you guys were all here and you're kicking back with us, right? And we decide to order an online delivery service. I can guarantee you that we'll probably drop at least 30, 50, maybe even $100 on these types of services, and we're lucky if we get our food half the time. It's annoying. It's annoying.
It was fine when we lived in the house.
Yeah, because it was a house and all they had to do was go up the stupid rickety ramp. That's it. And that's if, you know, they didn't have to worry about dealing with, you know, our roommates. But that's just it, you know? On one hand, I'm understanding. I get it. They don't want to hike. They don't want to deal with it. But if I'm dropping serious cash and I'm going to tip you well on top of that...
I guess they don't know if you're going to tip them or not.
No, I make it apparent to do so.
You do it before.
Yes. Some of the apps don't let you tip until after. I think Grubhub or...
Uber Eats doesn't. Unless it's changed.
Grubhub and I think Postmates lets you do it after, which I guess can hurt you or can't or doesn't. But when they make the trip up here and then I tip after, I give them a solid tip for that, just alone. I wish I could actually request my own driver. Like, oh yeah, I know Colleen is reliable. Can she deliver my food if she's working today? Because I would appreciate that.
Yeah. And I'm sure if Colleen knows you tip, she'll
Thanks, Jody.
Alright, well, it's ordered.
Oh, no worries, Omega. You have a good one, and I hope you enjoy your meal, and I hope you actually get your meal. Alright, here's probably my favorite looking boss. But as you can already see, he's a pain in the ass. Ow. I need to move. I need to get out of here. Isn't this like the most metal looking boss ever? Ow. Uh-oh. Oh, he's stuck. That's not cool. Oh, yes. Only had to use, what, 1 or 2 potions on that guy? Okay, cool. Alright. Eat the eat either the delivery or the delivery driver. When cannibalism becomes legalized, my friend, maybe I will. Yeah, totally. Like, he's the most metal looking boss and I love it. But as you can see, if you don't dodge his trajectory of the lightning, it can really, really hurt you. And when he gets trapped like that against the wall, you saw how he had an advantage to hit me, but I couldn't dodge. It stinks. Exactly. Thank you, MVL, and welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Yes, it did. I'm telling you, that boss is so metal. I love it. I feel like he should have been on like a Slayer album for sure. Oops. I keep doing that. Hey MVL, were you streaming Resident Evil today? By any chance? If so, I'll definitely watch the replay for sure. You like the shape of their skull. You got a pretty mouth. I'll be like, oh no, come in, enter, enter. And then they like see my gaming stuff. You have quite a collection. It is quite a collection, but I'd like to add your head to it. And just drop it, and they're like, And then that's when you start brandishing a knife. Oh man, that would really scare the dickens out of somebody, I could tell you that. Oh, that's right, you do stream on Sundays. Darn it! Okay, I'll be sure to take a look when I get the chance, because I love watching those live, but I've done it before. Guys, if you haven't checked out MVL's channel, please do yourself a favor and do so. Wonderful streamer, really entertaining to watch and listen to his commentary. One of the best Resident Evil players I've seen that stream everything as well. Not just RE, but a bunch of really good horror games, Evil Within, Last of Us. Really awesome guy, and love his pickup videos. So if you'd like to see what they have in the UK, check out his channel for some really cool stuff. And while you're at it, if you haven't checked out Captain Algebra either, which all of us should know each other, do yourself a favor and do that too, because I'm going to plug that awesome Shinobi run again. And he also has done some really cool playthroughs. His Gradius No Death run was really impressive, and of course he does awesome pickups as well. So let's throw everybody's channel out there. Let's get everybody hanging out together, watching each other's videos, and I'm really hoping those guys go away. Thank you. Oh yeah. I know it is a hassle to have to look everybody up because they took that option away from us, but I'm telling you guys, everybody here would appreciate a like and subscribe. So be sure to do yourselves a favor and check out everybody else's content. If you don't like it, that's cool, but it'd be nice if we all help support each other that way. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh no, is this that boss fight with... Oh no. Okay. So, these last two boss fights, if I even survive them, are gonna be a pain in the ass. And I'm gonna tell you why. Their gun coverage is ridiculous. They use guns. One is like a flamethrower. The other one is like a spread contra gun. And unlike the previous bosses, one jumps up and down, making his trajectory pretty hard to hit him. The other one is a big target, but he's got multiple attacks, and he'll hit you with both, so you have to dodge all of them. And it's a pain to do it, trust me. Now, I think also I can find an energy box. Whoa! An energy box in this building as well. I still haven't gotten the nooses yet, and those are for calling Lurch to the screen, and he kills everything that's on the screen for you. I think he's the last item I get before I go to the alien ship. You definitely want to make sure you have all your weapons and your whips upgraded, because this is not an easy boss fight. And even if I made the other ones look any bit remotely easy, trust me, they're not. But once you get that space there, it becomes a bit easier to work with. Very cool. Yes, check out G Dickie's channel too, guys, if you haven't seen his stuff. Another outside of the country streamer that I love watching. I love his commentary. His pickups videos are a mixture of toys and video games and all kinds of pop culture media. So if you're into that too, definitely check out G Dickie for sure. Let's start spreading the love and support across the seas, guys. I wish Kamui, or Kamui, however you say it, was in here too, because I would definitely recommend his channel, because he does a lot of retro streaming too. And just recently beat, I think, Pocky and Rocky 2, it was. So that was a really cool, fun stream to watch for sure. Ah, darn it. I was kind of hoping this was going to be the... These maze levels get annoying after a while. I'm kind of hoping... Okay, nope. And there should have been some kind of warning if you are prone to epilepsy with these. Ooh, excuse me. Okay. Now this guy, I think I'm either going to want to use my whip or use the gun, but use rockets on, mainly because of the spread of his shots. Yes, that's what's cool about watching his channel, because he's got all of those Mega Drive and Mark III games that were only exclusive to Brazil. And that's what I love about watching his channel too, is he's got all of those really cool darn it. He's got all of those really cool exclusives to watch. Alright, let's try this again. That's another thing I don't like about these maze levels, is they eat up your keys. Nope. Darn it. Ugh. Okay. May have to use a map on this. Yep, sure did. Sure did. We were talking about earlier in the stream when we were looking at Master System games just how crazy it was that they were still making those well into the millennium. Alright. Nope. I did it again. Okay. Okay, I'm really getting annoyed with this. Okay, I think that is the difference there. Nope. Darn it. Ugh. Okay, let's try this again. I hate these bigger... Nope. I hate these bigger maps like this. Okay. I think I'm backtracking. Uh-oh. I wonder if this works. Really? Alright, let's see if I can do this. I'm trying to remember where exactly his hitbox is. I want to say it's the gun, but I'm trying to figure out how I would get around the shield. Let's see if this will work. Whoa. Oops. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah. Trying to get the spacing down. Uh-oh, I'm out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This guy may get me, guys. Oh! Off by a little bit. Man. Ouch. Oh. Man, oh man. Whew. I'm telling you, that boss fight is so epic. Yeah, he is pretty cool looking. I think... Okay, yep, still got everything. Oh, but I definitely have to fill up my potions. And I got I gotta get the missiles too. Yeah, I know, I'm telling you. It's tough. This part, at least. These bosses get a bit more challenging because of that. But again, all we gotta do is just straight run through of everything we've been to already. And just get back to where we were. And while we're at it, we definitely want to stock up on keys if possible. Because we'll need them not only for those tunnels, but also to get to the Adamses as well. I was really trying to remember what his hitbox was, and I think it's either the gun or it's his torso, like his head. Oh no, a top loader. Uh-oh, food's here. Be right back, guys. Yeah, that was awesome. Alright. Apparently I'm you. I said apparently I'm you. Oh, wow. Vash, are you buying that, or... Oh, okay, cool. Hey, happy birthday, Brian. From one retro player to another. Awesome. Very, very cool. Oh, that's a bummer. Hey, MBL, if we actually managed to get a top loader to you, would it actually work on your televisions? Would there be an issue with that? Oh, whoops. Bugs the game in the TNT. Oh yeah, this is the vice grips. Yeah, I don't need that. Okay, let's try this again. I don't think I have to do the boss fights again. If I do, though, that is gonna stink. It's been a while since I've done this playthrough, and I don't think I have to. I'm hoping I don't, because that would be a lifesaver in my opinion. But man, we almost had it too. Almost had it. It was only a matter of time. I know my mistake too. I overcorrected how far I was supposed to go, and I went further than that. So you just gotta know those little spots in between where you can dodge their fire, and that's it. McWimple or McWimpy, whatever his name is, he's the only one that doesn't have something like that. I mean, he does when you figure out what the spacing between his arms is. But that's easier to work with than these gunshots. And the second to last boss will use a similar tactic, only he won't hop around. He just moves side to side. And although he's a big boss, he's a big sized boss, like I said, he attacks you with two different attacks. So you have to dodge his gunfire, and then he flings a fireball at you. And he's also modeled after a dinosaur as well. So I'm guessing whoever these alien invaders are, they must be some sort of like reptilian dinosaur species. I'm not sure. Oh, that's a bummer. Man. Is there a way to convert a top loader by any chance? Or do you just have to rely on the PAL NES design? That's... Wow. That, I would have thought they would have made a converted top loader for sure. Whoa. Not getting that gun. Oh, nice. You guys tear it up with that. That's pretty cool that he brought over that many games. Okay, let's go get potions and everything filled up again. Uh-oh. Whoa, almost grabbed that. No thanks. Sweet. Thanks, thing. I wish you could give me more than 5, but that's okay. Yep. Gotta figure out where his other house is. I mean, it's not a total loss if I can't fill the invisibility potion, but it would be nice. There we go. Just in case I might be in a predicament where I have to slip by. That's another thing. I don't remember if using invisibility potions during the boss fight helps. I would like to think it does, but maybe it doesn't. I definitely got to refill missiles, because I used all of those, and that's the one thing that is probably, aside from the health potions themselves, is probably the most reliable thing you can count on here. And you'll definitely want those for the final boss fight, to take out his turrets. Yep, a birthday is always awesome when you have retro gaming going on. Whoa! I almost walked right into that. Yep, missiles, missiles. Need them missiles. Oh, hey, Brian. Welcome, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support. That's weird. It didn't even show, It didn't even show my notification here. What's going on with that? Yep, the wave gun does, Guts. You guys should let me know what's in that major collection, because if I got some carts that you don't, I'll gladly send some your guys' way. You know how I roll with zomboxes. Huh. Wonder why my subscriber thing didn't go off. That's weird. I definitely want to give you guys that nemesis recognition for subscribers and for anybody who chooses to but are not required to donate to the Zombie Horde stream. I can't stress that enough. It is not required. But it is always appreciated. Oh, that stupid chump is back again. Come here, gumball. Yay, a massive collection of... I don't want it. Especially with that red gun there. Uh-oh. Go away, you. Whoa! Luckily there was a wall. Nice, that's cool, MVL. Yeah, isn't it crazy how retro gaming brought back the need and want for CRTs? Literally, you could find those on the street corner. You could find them on Craigslist or Facebook for free. It's insane now. People want to make money off of it. Okay, here's the true test. Let's see if I have to fight the boss again. I'm hoping you don't. Woo! Yes! Don't have to fight the bosses. Sorry, my brain is a little rusty when it comes to this one. I bet if I practice this one, I could probably NDR it too. Question is, do I wanna? Am I that much of a sadist? Uh-oh. The incredible world according to a sharp-toothed gumball. Here we go. Thank you. Yeah, you definitely don't want to fight him here. For those of you who got to check out or have at least seen a Play Choice 10 arcade, this game was always on the ones I saw. Always. I think they were really trying to get people to try this game at a time when there probably, and I don't even know if there still is a fan base for it. I know I like this game regardless. But I always saw this on Play Choice 10 arcades. More specifically the sit-down ones, the smaller ones. My local Pizza Hut had a Play Choice 10 that was like a tabletop, and this was always on demo mode. It was always on the attract mode. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but people kept bringing it back to this one and playing the title screen over and over again. And that's one of the ways I actually got good at this game, because you have a 15-minute time limit and you have to get through as much of the game as possible. So I'm sure I ate up a lot of quarters playing, but that's how I got good at this, and trying to I guess in a way speed run it, because you had no choice. The timer definitely didn't help, but it definitely made you a better player because you're having to do so much so soon. Uh-oh, I think yep, let's get out of there. But this was one of the games I always saw on a Play Choice 10, and of course, oh, I'm gonna wait for that one. Ninja Turtles. So having a Play Choice 10 with Ninja Turtles playing at a Pizza Hut, I mean, yeah, win-win. And let's see, I saw this Turtles. Excite Bike was often on Play Choice 10s. Every so often I would see a Punch Out on Play Choice 10. I want to say... Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Yeah. I don't think I want to go this far yet. Let's see. Gauntlet for sure. That was one of the main games I always heard as well. This, Gauntlet, Turtles, and then on the rare occasion when somebody flipped it to Excite Bike. And Play Choice 10s, despite the time limit, were amazing machines. I loved those. If there was ever one of those in like a 7-Eleven or anything like that, it was really hard for me to choose what arcade to play just because I liked playing those so much. Oh man. Oh, great. Oh, chump. Downgraded my gun. Alright, we'll get that back. There was, at one point, I believe at Castles and Coasters, they had the Super Nintendo Play Choice 10. I got to play Mario World and F-Zero on that one, but it was awkward playing that because they had the Super Nintendo controller and they had this huge rubber grip on it. I could barely hold that thing. And trying to drift in F-Zero wasn't going to happen with that. You stupid gumball. Let's see, what's everybody talking about? Yeah, there kind of is a market for CRTs. Mostly with the retro community, but see, retro game players want a CRT so that they can play their light gun games like MVL had said. But there's also a market for people who are trying to upsell them. When before, they would have willingly just gave it to you as long as you picked it up, right? So there is somewhat of a market. I think this is Morticia. I hope I don't lose my whip if I don't. Okay. Yep, Morticia. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Thank you. Yes, you gave me the whip. I've read the text. It was fantastic. Okay. So nowadays you might see people on Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace actually selling CRTs as opposed to just giving them away or marking them, you know, free or what have you. I should have made my ex-roommate buy me another CRT after he broke mine. I had that TV for years. Literally. I got that. It was an old RCA. I had that since I was like 5 years old. I even took it to college with me. It was huge too. And then during one move, that's all it took, and there goes all my memories.
Food?
Yes, expensive food. It better be good. Zombie gonna rise from the grave and take vengeance if it's not.
I was on the last boss. Let's see. This one's yours because it's got no sugar.
Crap.
Tomatoes. Ow, 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 ow. It's hot. It's hot. I don't want to put it on top of your table. It's very hot.
This is mediocre compared to what I feel like on a hot day. Oh, shoot! That's what happens when you don't pause a game, folks. Things respawn. Oh well, just gotta find a hot dog stand and we'll be good to go. I still need to get my gun, so we'll hopefully get that back up and running in this area here. Perfect spot to farm for sure. These guys are a pain to kill, but they are some of your better creatures to hunt for items. Except when they drop guns. Red guns, that is. Ugh. Get some money out of that. Yes! Gone! Thank you! If I had known I was gonna play this, I would have taken a photo of the bead sculptures I made of Fester with the game. Just kind of like a little promotional thing. Nice, that's pretty cool. No, Gauntlet is pretty cheap. Average price for a Gauntlet cart at max would probably be about $8. And that's loose. If you don't care for it to be complete in box, I wouldn't pay more than $8 for a copy, especially one if you find it and label's damaged or it's faded or anything like that. But let me know, Freak, if you can't find a copy of Gauntlet. I might actually have one. Oh man, MVL, I've done something similar. When I was a kid, on the same exact RCA TV I had, I meant to put a magnet on the table it was resting on, and it got too close to the screen and it instantly connected to it. And I've had this like colorization on there ever since, and it takes forever for that to fade away. Like, it would have to power down completely for that to go away. But to this day, it always showed up. And I'm like, yeah, thank you, TV, for reminding me of how much of an idiot I was for putting a magnet near you. Uh-oh. Okay, good. We're on the key. Just need that whip to go away. Let's go. Boom. Right. Ugh, I hate these mazes. Bow, 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 bow. It's too bad Lurch can't help you on the boss fights. It would totally make them easier, but I guess that's why you can't use Lurch during a boss fight. But when you're on the alien ship, he is super, super helpful because there are some enemies that are really tough to gun down, even using items on, and Lurch will just clear the whole screen. Hey Gomez, look, a yacht! Fine choice there, Fester. I love the Addams Family. I grew up watching that with my grandfather too. Such an awesome show. Way ahead of its time, just like Twilight Zone. And it's weird because everybody I tell I'm an Addams Family fan of, or two, they would think I would be a bigger fan of the Munsters, which I did watch too. I watched Addams Family and Munsters side by side. I just always clicked with the Addams Family more. I always felt like if I was adopted that they were like my real family. And that might be a horrible thing for me to say, but I just always felt like a connection to them. Okay, here we are, folks. We are back at this annoying boss fight. Now let's see if I can remember. I should look at the stream where I went. But hopefully I won't have to rely on the potions as much. Alright, let's see if I can remember. Nope. Nope. I'm gonna run out of keys doing this. This is probably the most aggravating part. Maybe the boss fight is annoying in itself, but this one for sure. Ugh. Alright. Last time I went like this. That's just gonna lead me out the door. Oh, nuts. Wait. That is where I wanted to go, isn't it? Ugh. I'm so confused now. I think that was the third boss. Is that the third boss? Oh! I'm over here waiting for that to go away, and they all swarm me. Jerks. I do not want to downgrade my gun anymore. Come on. But hey, I'll take keys. can't see. I will say this, at least if you don't have light bulbs when you get to these, it's just dark enough that you can kind of see where you're going. So that is an upside to this. But I used to hate these sections as a kid. It's like, why do you have to have a light bulb? Why can't they just light the sewer for you? Like, why would they? Logic. Oh no. Something tells me I shouldn't have gone back for that light bulb. Okay. Is this where I was supposed to be? I think so. Well, that's just great because now I'm down 1 energy bar. And that's if I can find my way out. Or my way there. Okay. Gosh, I wish they gave you energy from these enemies. No. Uh-oh. I think I'm backtracking again. Yep. Darn it. I'm gonna run out of keys before I do this again. Ugh. I hate this maze. Let the record show that I hate this maze. Okay. Really getting annoyed with this. Okay. Backtracked again. Uh-oh. Where is he shooting? Uh-oh. Whoa, that was close. Oops. I'm getting my pattern screwed up. It's that blasted shield of his. Uh-oh. Whoa. Uh-oh. Better get the, potion ready. Just in case. Like that. I wish I could hit him right there, but that damn shield. Ugh. Oh, I wasted that for nothing. Unbelievable. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Alright, I'm gonna have to use invisibility potions as a backup. Alright. Oh, why did I waste that? Epic. Oh my gosh. We did it, guys. 1,000,000 times over. We did it. Alright. Yeah, let me just grab a quick swig. Alright. Man, did that take forever, and only because of his shield. I wonder if it's worth the risk hitting him with the whip, because, ooh, excuse me, because the whip is OP. Uh-oh. Definitely want that little stinker gone before he comes over here. Yeah, I know. That shield makes him such a hard target. That's what saves his ass, honestly. But thanks, Freak. Whew. That was an ordeal. Like the next boss, he's gonna be hard because of his covering fire, but he doesn't have a shield if I remember right. I don't think he has any type of protection. He's just a big dinosaur, but his firepower is where he'll get you. Uh-oh. Sweet. I think this is where I get Lurch. Yep. Grandmama gives you the nooses. And again, that's going to be very helpful when we're on the alien ship. Because Lurch can kill everything. Oh no. Oh, wait a minute. Where did I make that mistake at? Uh-oh. Oh, okay, yeah, I was going the right way. Good. I was like, what? Freaking out a bit. Wait. Oh, okay. Uh-oh. More gumballs. Wait, did I go the wrong way? Or does it not matter? It don't matter. I gotta hand it to the designers of this game too. I liked how all of this is interconnected. Like you can see how I explored previous areas from the sewers as you work your way around. I thought that was pretty cool. Uh-oh. Let's see, did I backtrack the wrong way? I hope not. Hey, what's up, Ron Moore? Yeah, we streamed some Master System earlier today, and this is a request that I'm doing. And we're almost done. Actually, let me see if it'll let me edit that. There we go. Good point. Thanks, Ron Moore. I was like, maybe I should change the, maybe I should change the screen name. Nice, Top Gun 2. Definitely the better of the two, that's for sure. Second mission was way more enjoyable, but also I think difficult because of the hit detection, in that it is really hard to figure out when enemy fire is gonna hit you. I think I can also get another energy bar out of this one. Just trying to remember if this one is actually self-explanatory or not. Shoot. I don't think this one is linear. And then I know if I do this wrong, I'm gonna loop again, as much as I don't want to. So let's see if I go... Is that... Nope. I was hoping that was the wall I needed. Because I think there's one other hitbox that I can get. But the problem is that it's tough to find them in the apartment or offices, because you have to know which wall they're hidden in. Nope. 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 I mean, even if I don't get the hitbox... I was hoping that was it. Nope. 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 I really wish I knew my way around these quicker. Nope. Darn it. Okay, well, we know we can go this way. And this is where you can get thrown off easily. Am I just going in circles now at this point? Yeah, I think I'm looping again. Uh-oh. Ugh. I'm just gonna do this. I'm sorry. What's up, Jermison? I saw you come into the chat. Welcome, man. See how much easier this one actually is compared to the dude with the shield? For anybody who knows their dinosaurs, can somebody verify what species he actually might be? I want to say Gallimimus, but I don't think that's right. Maybe they feel that after putting us through the torment of trying to get through that, they're like, okay, we can ease up for sure now, you know? Yeah, I know, I missed the 4th health bar. I was trying to remember where it was, and I got too frustrated, and I was just like, you know what? I just want to get through this. But yeah, I know there's a 4th one. I was just trying to remember where it was. Yeah, I know. I was just trying to remember my spacing with a lot of this. So, mostly comes down to, okay, what can I remember? And that's pretty much it. And of course, these buttheads have to show up. The worst freaking enemies you can have at this part. Alright, so here we got the cemetery. And this is pretty interesting. Now we're on the alien ship. And of course they brought us that awesome boss music. Passed it on the way to the 5th boss. Okay. Yeah, I know it's in one of those buildings with the invisible wall. I just couldn't remember for the life of me where it's at. I'm sure if I look it up and be like, oh yeah, that's where it was, I'll do it. But, that's not a problem. No biggie. You definitely want to take your time here, because these freaking aliens are relentless. Not only these guys, but the arachnid looking ones are insanely difficult. I love this boss music. Yep, the noose is totally key here. Yep, completely. I was just explaining that it's a shame you can't use the noose on boss fights, but then again, that'd probably be too easy. I don't want to downgrade my gun. Come on. Uh-oh. Is this where you got those pods? Yep. Oh, shoot. What's up? Oh, playing Mario 3. Sweet. Great game choice. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's where I definitely want to use it. Because those guys suck. I wish I'd been able to catch the other one, though. Would have killed two of them with one stone. Ugh. I think they're up here, too. I just don't want to deal with those. I'm pretty much using up all my resources, though, which stinks. And here's where those annoying creatures come in with the flying spheres and everything. Stay. This is where I want to use a majority of my nooses. For sure. ABS. Always be shooting. Ugh. Are you serious? think it's funny that they give you money at this point in the game when you can't really buy a hot dog on the alien ship anyway. So that would have been hilarious. Oh, look at this Giger-esque floor. Ugh. Wait, what? Ugh. Great, I wasted a noose when I didn't have to. Okay, now we're getting close. Seriously? Ugh. What the heck? Oh, no. Pop the gun. Whoa! Ugh. I hate when you see those because you know those stupid pods aren't far behind. Uh-oh. Oh, and for those of you who didn't notice that, that is actually a condensed sprite of one of the crab bosses from Blaster Master. So it's nice to know that they're reusing their their sprites. Ugh. Okay. This is gonna be tough. Because at this point, I can't afford to backtrack. This has actually got me on the edge of my seat, if you can believe that. Literally and figuratively. Alright. No! What? I was gonna say... Well, that's a dead end. Whoa. I really wish I knew for sure where... See, those guys are a lot easier to take down than the stupid pod things are. Okay, this looks kind of familiar. I shouldn't have stayed there. Nope. Awesome. Maybe it's the upper road. It's gotta be. Also keeping an eye out on. Yep. So I gotta get over there somehow. Problem is, I don't know where. I hate to go down this road with the stupid pods. I probably needed that potion too. Or, that invisibility potion. Come on, please tell me I'm going the right way. That stone area is where I need to get to, because that's where the final boss is. Ugh. And this is totally an endurance run at this point. You technically could consider this a boss rush, I guess. Oh my gosh, you're relentless. Ah. Whoa. Totally not fair. Why are those things so hard to hit? Or is it just because they take a lot? watching the clock too, because I gotta head out. I just don't want to rush this because, you know. Yeah, these damn pod things are worse than the miniature Crabulus and the flying whatever the hell that is. Okay, guys. This is it. Now, I did say earlier that this last boss is a bit easy because if you can get to his weak spot, then yeah, he is really easy. But you have to get there. Sick, dude. Awesome. I'm glad you guys are having a good time too. We're at the finale of FESTER'S Quest here, so I hope I don't disappoint all of you guys who have been watching and following along. This has been tough. Because this is a game that I don't remember well. And I mean, probably better than some of the other games I've streamed lately, but those mazes were were a complete pain in the ass. So we're definitely gonna try our best here, and I hope I don't disappoint you guys. We did it, guys. Yo, Snake Plissken, what's up, bro? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we just did a complete playthrough of FESTER'S Quest on NES, man. It is one of my all-time favorite Sunsoft games. Actually, I don't think there's a title in the Sunsoft library that I hate. But this is a game that I think gets a lot of unnecessary hate. It is difficult, I won't deny that. But one of the highlights was that I was trying to explain. Sorry, the light is kind of screwed up here. Hey, hon, can you do me a favor and turn the light on?
Which light?
Just that one right there. As I was saying that it's true that you do have to start over at the very beginning of the game if you die, but the game gives you all your items that you had, and uh, it makes it so you don't have to fight the bosses either once you've killed them. So this game is a lot more fair than I think most people give it credit for, and it's fun, but it does have its moments where you're kind of on edge about it.
I can't believe we're starting to be able to find groceries again.
Yeah, it did. This is actually an NES game. Um, this is yeah, it's actually not too expensive either. This is probably a maybe $8 game at most. I've seen it go for five, $3. But it's a really fun Adams Family game. I actually like this over the Adams Family game that came out based on the movie. I think that one is more unforgiving than this. So, yeah, that was my playthrough of Fester's Quest. I hope that if you guys have never tried this, you do give it a fair try, and if you have, maybe revisit it and see if playing through the game a bit more with a bit more understanding of it will actually enhance the experience for you, because I really do think it's a good game. I don't think it deserves a lot of the hate that it gets. As a matter of fact, I may talk to Wes about doing an episode on this game too. It doesn't have to be a no death run type of video, but I think there's a lot that this game has going for it, and like he did with Silver Surfer, kind of highlight that there's a lot of unnecessary hate with this game. I definitely feel that would help for sure. But yeah, that is the playthrough. Oh, nice. Yeah, I grew up watching Adam's Family in reruns, and I have the show on DVD, and I actually have Fester. I have two Fester pops, one with a light bulb in his mouth and one normal. I have the whole family practically. I'm a big uh, Adam's Family fan. I loved watching it, and I still do. So yeah, if you can get this game, give it a try. Worst case scenario, you get a game and it's too difficult, but at least you only paid a couple bucks for it versus playing, you know, 30, 40, hundreds of dollars for a game that you don't complete. Oh, Jermason, I love Blaster Master. In fact, that is probably my favorite game out of the Sunsoft catalog, including Batman. I would put Blaster Master above Batman for sure. Oh, thank you, freak. That works too. Yeah. That's the cool thing that I like about our community though, Jermaine. Everybody has like their own little strategies. So I was trying to look at what you were suggesting while I was playing, and I think if I had um I think if I could remember the path to the actual boss, I would have been willing to try that. Um, but I ended up using a lot of my really good inventory, like the invisibility potions and even normal potions. So maybe next time, what I'll do once I play through this game again, I'll try that. I'll see about how that works. And thank you very much for the GG. Thank you, Mazen. I saved the world, huh? Okay. So if I save the world, can we stop hoarding toilet paper, people? We just did you a favor. Stop it now. Very cool. Let me go ahead and look up. I want to drop this link real quick before I head out. Um, because if you guys really liked the game and that boss theme, let me drop this link real quick. Make sure you get the fourth health bar. Yeah, and I was looking for it. Believe me, I was actively trying. I was actively trying to remember where that health bar was, and I know that there's that house where all the family is there. Um, and I'm trying to remember where I skipped that. Um, I'll go back and look at my own replay and do it again. I mentioned earlier maybe I might want to NDR this someday. I don't know. Um, but we'll see. I know that there's a fourth energy bar and whatnot. I just overlooked it. I couldn't remember where. But here, check this guy. Check this out, guys. If you, like me, enjoyed that boss theme, this is a metal version that somebody did a couple years ago, sometime back, and they did a awesome rendition. I love this version. I would love to play it right now, but I might get copyrighted for that, and I don't want to do that. But there you have it. There you have it, guys. Fester's Quest, and then we looked at some Master System games. So overall, um, I loved the stream today. We had a blast. We looked at those Master System games. I hope that even if I uh, even if I didn't do so hot with some of these games, that it piques your interest, you know, to look up some of these and either give them a try, add them to your collection, whatever you choose to do with them. Because I think a lot of these, especially when it comes to Master System, get overlooked a lot. So before we head out, let me drop a couple of channels, um, so we can do some rating. I like to show my support to everybody who was in here. And if you're new to our Horde stream, this is what we tend to use, Zombie Horde. That's the link for Nick and Andy Rage Quits with Friends. They're streaming some anime game right now. Sengran Kagura Peach Beach Splash, whatever the heck it is. I have no idea. But they were in here earlier showing some support. So we'll go ahead and choose them to raid if you want to, not required. And I'm sure that they would appreciate the raid and dropping a like. We'll see how. Let's see. Oh, Phil Twerpin was streaming earlier today. Let's see. Peter, I think he was streaming. Let's see if he's going still. And we'll drop a like if you choose to. We know how. I honestly don't mind rating because I think it's cool when we all just kind of show up, drop a like, and what have you. Let's see if anybody else is streaming. Homemade steak tacos, nice. I got a chicken parmesan I'm about to dig into before my gaming session starts, so I'll definitely, hopefully, be enjoying that as well. Oh, Solid Nate streaming. Nice. We'll go ahead and I'll drop one for Solid Nate. There we go. Steak tacos sounds amazing, man. I'm more of a chicken taco, shredded chicken taco or shredded beef taco kind of person, but can't go wrong either way. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and drop in my hashtag there. And there we have it, guys. Another awesome stream. We're just about half an hour under the 8-hour mark, which, again, I'm still happy with. We had a blast playing and taking a look at some games that definitely deserve the credit. So, with that being established, I want to thank everybody for being here. We did play some awesome Master System games, and we totally rocked FESTER'S Quest. So until then, Zombie JLT1, your supernatural gamer and gaming beautician, signing off for now. You guys have a good night, and I may stream tomorrow. I'm not sure yet, but if I do, you'll definitely hear about it on Twitter, because that's where I broadcast all of my streams. And then, of course, check your subscriptions, because as we know, notifications aren't exactly the best right now. But until then, you all have a good night, stay safe, have fun, and we'll catch you in the next stream. Thank you, Mazin. You too, man. You have a good night, and if you decide to stream too, can't wait.